gehen, ja, die zögern oder bisher kategorisch auch die Impfung abgelehnt haben.
Von der Hansestadt Bremen, das
Kommen
sollten
Sie
wir
bitte
tun.
zum Schluss, Frau Kollegin.
Das sollten wir tun und das gilt eben. Und in dem Sinne bitte ich Sie alle, arbeiten Sie an den verschiedenen Anträgen, die hier vorliegen, mit, am besten an dem, an den ich gerade vorgestellt habe. Herzlichen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, diese Debatte ist ja wirklich wichtig. Und wir versuchen sie schon Vielleicht behalten Sie auch noch so lange alle Ihre Masken auf, bis Sie dran sind. Ich möchte Sie nur darauf hinweisen, dass Sie bitte sich auch ein bisschen an die Zeit halten. Wir geben Ihnen ja schon immer einige Minuten, aber es ist schade, wenn wir Sie unterbrechen müssen.
Während eine Infektion mit Omikron meist harmlos verläuft, leidet das Gesundheitswesen an der bereits von Ihnen verordneten Impfpflicht. Kommen Sie doch einmal in der Wirklichkeit an. Die vielen Menschen in der Pflege und im Gesundheitswesen wollen sich nicht impfen lassen und werden ihrem Beruf spätestens Mitte März den Rücken kehren. Schauen Sie doch einmal ins Ausland. Dänemark, England und Irland werden sämtliche Maßnahmen aufgehoben. Auch Spanien öffnen und Deutschland. Was ist nun mit uns los? Fast überall werden die Maßnahmen aufgehoben. Bei uns im Norden fragen die Leute sich schon, habt ihr in Berlin eigentlich Ratten auf der Bühne? Herr Bundeskanzler, schön, dass Sie wieder da sind. Sie und Ihre Regierung haben mit medial unterstütztem Druck und falschem Freiheitsversprechen gerade den Schwächsten die Impfung aufgezwungen. Und lassen Sie endlich unsere Kinder aus ihrem erbarmungslosen Griff und ihrer täglich befeuerten Impfkampagne. Damit treiben Sie Zwist in unsere Familie und bringen viele Jugendliche gegen ihre Eltern auf.
Herr Abgeordneter, kommen Sie bitte zum Schluss.
Das wollen wir nicht, Frau Ösus. Bei Herrn Ali war Ihre Vorgängerin vorhin nicht so ungnädig. Der hat auch die erste Rede gehabt. Aber ich komme zum Schluss.
Herr Abgeordneter,
diese Politik wollen wir nicht.
Jetzt mit Ihnen nicht über die Redezeit und wann Sie reden und wann nicht. Kommen Sie bitte zum Schluss.
Diese Politik, ich komme zum Schluss, die wollen wir nicht und die lehnen wir vehement ab. Vielen Dank.
Noch ein Punkt zur Durchsetzbarkeit. Hier ist ein Bußgeldverfahren, was auch ein rechtsstaatliches Verfahren ist, ein geeignetes Mittel. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die Debatte ist wichtig für unseren Austausch. Ich komme zum Ende, ich komme zum letzten Satz. Das Thema ist so wichtig, um es zu instrumentalisieren. Von daher bitte ich um einen guten weiteren Austausch.
Dieses Licht da zeigt Ihnen dann schon an, wenn Sie über die Zeit sind. Herr Kollege, diese unqualifizierte Bemerkung, worum auch immer sie ging, hilft uns in dieser Debatte aus meiner Sicht nicht weiter. Ich gebe das Wort aus der CDU-CSU-Fraktion dem Kollegen Dr. Georg Kippels. Und gehe davon aus, dass auch auf der Tribüne alle ihre Maske tragen.
Herr Kollege, würden Sie eine Zwischenfrage zulassen?
Nee, Feierabend.
Aus der CSU-Fraktion dem Kollegen Dr. Georg Kippels.
Jung und naiv, hier sitzt kein plötzlich gealterter Thilo, nein. Infolge eines wirklich langen, anstrengenden Produktionstages gestern mussten wir heute den Bau der Sendung ein bisschen umändern. Wir fangen mit Zuschauerfragen an. Die gehen heute an Gregor Gysi. Hallo Gregor. Du bist nicht neu in diesem Format, ne? Weißt du, wie häufig du hier gewesen bist?
Nee, das weiß ich nicht, aber dass ich schon das weiß ich.
Ja, also du bist ja auch so ein politisches Stehaufmännchen. Manche sagen, wie hieß dieser Duracell-Hase, der einfach weiterläuft, wenn die anderen schon alles schlapp machen. Trifft das zu? Ist das so deine innere Motivation? Sagst du, ich mach so weiter, bis es irgendwann nicht mehr geht?
Weiß ich nicht, man muss bei der Selbstbeobachtung
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
I get the worst assignments.
Minions have spawned.
So much bloodshed. This is my kind of place.
We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane.
All these trophies. I'm gonna need a bigger den.
Expect sporadic ganks. Stay indoors today.
Wait, are we rolling?
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
Strike quickly!
Slain. You have slain an enemy.
We'll be right back with more pain and death after these messages.
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
An enemy has been slain.
Stock up wards for low visibility locations.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
And it's not skirt weather. teleprompter guide you. Incoming game. Death count rising into the double digits tonight.
Trust me. Go there.
An ally has been slain.
Wait, are we rolling?
Can't run from trouble. Sure can delay it for a spell, though.
Let my wings and the teleprompter guide you. I'm on location and it's not skirt weather. We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage. Trust me, I'm a weather wizard. Hold on.
Enemy killing spree.
5-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and sunshine. Find a lag.
Down. An enemy has been slain.
I get the worst assignments.
Stay indoors today. Spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today. Expect dragon
An ally has been slain.
We'll be right back after a word from our summoning platform.
Mic check. Am I coming in?
Killing spree.
What a scoop! Stock up wards for low visibility locations.
Rampage.
It's gusty.
An enemy has been slain.
We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane. Let's take a look
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
Unstoppable.
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today. Let my winds and the teleprompter guide you.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Turret plating will fall soon. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
We'll be right back with more pain and death after these messages. Trust me, I'm wet. And back to you, shopkeeper.
An ally has been slain.
Mic check. Am I coming in?
Ally has been slain.
Listen.
Chance of carnage. Incoming gale.
I get the worst assignments.
We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane. What a scoop! Stock up wards for low visibility locations. Let my winds and the teleprompter guide you. We're killing them! Stock up wards for low visibility locations. I'm on location and it's not skirt weather.
Ally has been slain.
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today.
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
We'll be right back with more pain and death.
Wait, are we rolling? Five-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and bloodshed. We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage. Mic check. Am I coming in? Hold tight. Five-day forecast,
Ally has been
sunshine,
slain.
rainbows, and bloodshed. I'm gonna need a new umbrella. Let my wind
Your turret has been destroyed. Legendary.
What a scoop!
Don't trip.
Expect sporadic ganks. Stock up wards for low visibility locations.
Soldiers, onward.
Not skirt weather. Incoming gale. I'm a weather woman.
Double kill.
The order is given.
Slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
Legendary.
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 6 minutes today. Find a lap. We'll be right back after the platform. Let's take a look at the mini-map. Wait, are we rolling?
something beautiful about testing your first alpha. It's like watching a child take its first steps.
Let's see if our space saver app actually saves us any space.
All right. Done. Yeah? Can I mark this deliverable as complete? Is our child a dancer?
Wait, I was only using 32.2 gigs of data before the test, and now it says I'm using 47.8.
Fuck, mine expanded also. What the fuck?
Why do I have a photo folder entitled Cool Hairstyles?
Why do I have an email for the Anton LaVey Fun Run?
Fuck. All of our information is on both phones. Wonder what kind of weird shit you get into.
Whoa, what are you doing?
I'm just looking at very embarrassing personal information.
Fuck you. If you look at my shit, I'm gonna look at your shit.
Alright, whoa, easy now.
I'll go balls deep on your inbox.
If you've taken one fucking selfie, I will find it.
Okay, guys, we've got to calm down. Okay, look at this. This is not where we want to be. Let's take a deep breath and let's just be cool and put our phones down. Go ahead.
I'll put it down once you stop touching.
Okay. Great. Good. That wasn't so hard, was it?
Okay. Gotcha.
No, you didn't. Fuck.
Huh.
Alright. The new build is done.
Oh, I'm so glad this is over. I felt like Gibraltar in World War II. It was both crucial and inert.
Alright, one press of the button and we are back to normal.
It's from...
You seem like you get in the wrong situation. Almost anxious. There's a new color on you.
A new color on you.
You try and make her boring racist comment. You can't keep your eyes up. See? Now I know all my bad shit. Good at it, you will mock me and yourself. That's it. Oh, true. That you already mocked me and understand without much yourself. I have nothing to lose in potential. A huge one.
Guys, this is madness.
I have nothing to hide.
I hear you. I'd like to look at my phone. Swipe. Sure you don't care?
Does it look like I care?
Okay.
What the fuck? You dick!
Give me the phone.
Dinesh, give it to me. You are not thinking clearly. Sorry.
Looks like we both lose.
I don't think so.
How do you figure?
Because now I know you want me to hide. I don't even need to know what it is. Or maybe in the toilet, but when?
Because you'll never know what was on there. And that will slowly drive you down a dark path and torment you so that every fiber...
I win!
Shut up, Jared. Are you done with your chunk yet?
Almost done.
Because everyone else is done. Literally everyone. 47 engineers finished. One not. You.
Almost there.
I'm sure it'll be worth the wait.
How's the code sprint going?
T-minus Dinesh.
Done! I am done! Woo! Code sprint over! Laugh it up, Gil. I hear you making a little joke at my expense, turn all the engineers against me, But the second these results go up, we're all going to see the only thing that matters. Who made less?
You mean who made fewer errors?
Oh, you think you're so clever. You know who else thought it was clever? The hare. Right before it was defeated by the tortoise. I'm the fucking tortoise, so cool. I'm the fucking tortoise.
Keep saying that.
Wait for the results to go up.
Guys, no. We talked about this, remember? You're both senior management now, okay? Your code will be subject to private review.
Dude, how's it going? How's that review going? Probably done, right? Because it took you no time counting up the bugs in my stuff. Because I crushed it so hard. He kicked my ass? That fucker. Just fucking tell me. Just fucking tell me how much he kicked my ass by. Please, just fucking tell me. I'm not gonna beg. I'm not gonna beg. Please, 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 please. Please, please. Just please tell me, please.
Fine. You just have to swear not to tell anyone, okay?
I swear I won't tell anyone. Everyone, I have a very important announcement to make. My code was better than Guilfoyle's. So, it's official. Guilfoyle is a much worse coder than me. I want you all to look at him. Good, terrible, role model, hateful pile of trash.
Bullshit. Says who?
Danny told me. It wasn't supposed to be a secret, but he told me, and now everyone's laughing at you.
Danny, what the fuck is going on? Did his code actually have less errors than mine?
I don't know what to tell you. I checked it 3 times, and it's fewer errors.
Oh, this is the best day of my life. Thank you. I'll go back to the building. In all seriousness, doesn't belong to me. Sure, you want a gracious one, I'll take you to a nice restaurant, your favorite kind of restaurant. A mistake house? Boom! Get it? 'Cause you suck! I hope that book you're reading is for. Oh, absolutely. If you want to read for fun, you should read Guilfoyle's favorite author, George R.R. Martin. Hear that? We're all making jokes at your expense.
Is that what's happening?
As your supervisor, I wanted to inform you that there is first aid kit, but it needs blood. Don't go to Guilfoyle because you typo. Typo. They're laughing. They're all laughing at you. Pixar's. Oh, hey, were you guys talking about Pixar's hit animated motion picture Toy Story? No. Because Guilfoyle's favorite character is Buzz Lightyear. We're all laughing at you, Guilfoyle. Oh, yes, playground games. Guilfoyle likes to play Suck Suck Goose. Or it could be Duck Duck Goose.
Danny, do they qualify as 2 separate insults?
Yeah.
Why did he gone?
Because I told the engineers that if you thought you had won, which you definitely have not, it would take you less than 24 hours to cobble together 200 uniquely terrible insults, which you have just done. That is why I had Danny tell you you won.
Is that true, Danny? Did Guilfoyle really beat me?
Private audit. Can't say.
So we don't know who actually won.
The code contest, no. But while you were running around racking your tiny brain for shitty insults, I was quietly plodding towards this victory. You see, it is I who am the tortoise, and you are the hairy Arab who can now chortle my balls. What's happening? Why did you do that?
Right after you forced me to set Dinesh up, I told the other engineers that if you won, you'd immediately insult Dinesh by saying something sexually demeaning or racist. And you just did both.
I see. Fun at my expense.
I want to fire Danny.
Do it.
I ask Richard.
do I look at the camera? You can just talk to me. Can you introduce yourself? Sure. Yeah. My name is Richard Hendricks, and I'm the. My name is Richard Hendricks, and my name is Richard Hendricks. I'm the founder and CEO of Pied Piper.
I think like most people, I first heard about Pied Piper at TechCrunch Disrupt. Middle out.
The winner of this year is Pied Piper.
You have to understand this. Conventional compression was like rubbing two sticks together. And along comes Pied Piper out of nowhere with a frickin' blowtorch.
It seemed like they really had their act together. I thought about acquiring them, but I guess I got distracted.
So when did you first hear about Pied Piper?
You mean, when did I hear someone had first stolen my nucleus project?
Well, we had really just started a few months earlier, like a bunch of other stuff. Working at a garage. What?
Those early days of Pied Piper. Kind of stuff. Get clean. It was like a shithole. But there was so much shit in it, it was still all the way up. So it was like level with the ground.
If that's true, there was a little meniscus in the shit, and that's where our dreams lived. One of my favorite things is to be napping and then to wake up and have people around. And that used to happen all the time when I was homeless, but this was like that, but with shelter.
I think they all abided by the same rule to like shower every other day. So it smelled a lot, like DO. And, you know, they didn't have money, so they didn't have a cleaner. And Lord knows they weren't going to clean. So there was, you know, a good layer of soap on the ground. Not the kind of house you want to take your shoes off in. Yeah, it just fucking smelled really bad.
Jin Yang won the house for me in a game of chance. He told me to pick a number between 1 and 10. I picked 7, but it was 3. You live, you learn. Now I'll always pick 3.
The fucking weird thing about that house, I never saw any chicks in that house. Never any. It was all just a bunch of fucking lame dudes. They should have been bathing in fucking Shiju. Like Shiju. Like fucking, like, you know, like knuckle loop.
There was one guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
It was Camelot. It was Narnia. It was Waco. And Richard was our dashing, feather-haired David Koresh, and we were his wife. But we chose to be there.
It was kind of impressive how he found different ways to fuck up. He fucked things up over and over and over.
Yeah, I met Richard at a talk that Peter Gregory was giving. He pitched Peter Gregory a music recognition app that was fucking awful. And it ended up becoming Pied Piper. So what the fuck do I know?
When people ask me about Pied Piper, I always tell them the same thing. Are there other questions?
Yeah. Can you elaborate?
Yes.
Will you?
Mm-hmm.
We spoke to Lori. She actually referred to you as her best friend.
Lori Bream said that I was her best friend? Huh. I don't have to, like, go visit her now, do I?
We had knocked around for a few years, trying different iterations of what we wanted to do. It was at Rustfest when things really got crazy for us.
Rustfest was the rock-hard cock that jizzed Pied Piper on the roof.
So much money that I actually looked into how much money it would take to fill up a swimming pool so I could swim in money like Scrooge McDuck. Not as much money as you think.
It would have been an all-hands-on-deck at Yankee Candle. Because I would have ordered up a storm.
There were a couple Soviet submarines I had my eye on.
To me, it wasn't about the money. I just wanted to, you know, be able to put it in people's faces. Like, I wanted to go home for Thanksgiving and say to my sister, like, oh, cool, you're the fanciest girl, mommy and me? Well, fuck you, I'm a billionaire. And fuck Darren, too. Such a fucking asshole, motherfucker.
Yeah. Times were good.
They call it HyperNet, and it's coming to your phone.
Tomorrow at noon, the Pied Piper app will go live on the latest 5G-equipped iOS and Android phones and make
AT&T says if things go as planned, HyperNet could be on more than 500 million devices within a year.
And no one is more excited than technology superfans, like one behind you, who are camping out all night to snag a limited edition Pied Piper equipped smartphone. If their enthusiasm is anything to go by, then a lot more people may soon be lined up to pay the price. I'm Jim Kidman, ACTW.
Pied Piper. I am Pied Piper.
I am Pied Piper.
I am Pied Piper.
Day of the launch, half an hour to go. What was going through?
Yeah, I mean,
All indications pointed to a successful launch. Sorry, dear.
I mean, it was the most relaxed I'd ever seen him. He had the cool, confident swagger of a young Montgomery Clift. With none of the private sexual mystery. Well, maybe a little.
Oh, yeah, I was sure it was going to work right from the beginning. Pretty sure. Most of the time.
We were all pretty nervous, especially Dinesh. He shat his pants.
I chose to not be there because, to me, I never did this for the fame or the adulation. To me, it's always been about the work.
God, to be around me during that time, I must have been so annoying. I was just walking around chest bumping any bro I could get my chest against.
So, what do you remember? There were some docs and a sports guy. Would you say that Pied Piper is your MVP?
Most valuable phone? Yeah, I would.
He was tall. I can't remember what sport he played. Nice guy. Oh yeah, I was just trying to do everything I could not to screw it up.
Her nightmare come to life. Thousands of rats streamed onto the streets of San Francisco today. Pied Piper's phones broadcasted intense ultrasonic sound.
Houston, we have a microphone. The streets of Seattle became the streets of Seattle. And everyone was sleeping. Giant band going home happy today, and stuff goes out swinging to the holy shit.
They're calling it Rat-mageddon. Yeah, except in New York where they're calling it Wednesday.
They literally became Pied Piper. Can't make that up. What you have to understand is rats.
I thought I might have to start a new division of my foundation to deal with the wave of rat-borne disease.
When you think about a lot of the failures in tech, Pets.com, Theranos, WeWork, Pied Piper really is right at the top of that list.
Pied Piper is just a little already. I lost so much fucking money with those guys. I got rat fucked. I made it all back though. Sweet investment in the hair transplant sector. What?
Rats. Yes, we have some of them here. Figuratively. They are dealt with.
Here's the thing about rats. Nobody likes them. Literally no one likes rats.
I actually prefer rats to humans if I have the choice.
I had a pet rat when I was a little kid. I saw all the fucking rats. I was like, rat up, bitches.
Rats are wonderful creatures. We used them in many experiments in the early days of Hooey. Turns out they can withstand massive amounts of radiation with minimal damage. I mean, they live in a lab. What do they need whiskers and tails for anyway?
They were out for cheese and wires. They chewed through copper. They chewed through one woman's hand. She should have moved, though, I think. I don't want to victim blame.
Do you know how they ended up getting rid of the rats?
I think they just went
Where?
So, effective immediately, I am shutting down Piper, deleting its code repositories, and liquidating its remaining assets.
All right. That's our statement. We will not be taking any further
And can I just say that I am just truly, deeply sorry. This should never have been built. It is very cool. We should all remember forevermore. Sorry.
Obviously, Mr. Hendricks doesn't mean that in any legally binding or actionable way. Get a life, guys.
It's weird. It really seemed like Pied Piper was going to work. Something doesn't add up.
Heartbreaking doesn't even begin to describe how all of us felt about the failure of Pied Piper.
All of us.
Failure is terrible. Unlike Dinesh, I'm not accustomed to it.
But I do want to clarify that I wasn't there at the launch, so the failure of Pied Piper wasn't really my fault.
What kind of advice would you give to somebody experiencing a massive public failure?
But I never failed. So I have many advice for winners. You know, my career has been a trajectory of succeeding upwards until I tired of being top.
Well, I was pretty embarrassed, so I laid low for a little bit. I traveled.
Richard and I went on a world tour to pray. We went to Zurich, we went to Amsterdam, we went to Copenhagen.
I saw him again.
Richard and I went to the flamenco show. I begged him to try it because I just felt that it would unlock his body. But he said he wanted to stay off.
Did not expect to see him in Thailand, but then, since he was there, we did a Southeast Asia tour.
I felt like we were Keegan and Sarah on the road together.
And lo and behold, he was on the return flight. Yeah. And then came back. No one really wanted to hire the guy behind Pied Piper. However, my best friend did. Gavin Belson, professor of ethics and technology at Stanford University. This is all the great people I work with. And that, this is when Russ Hanneman really thought we should have swag, a mug. This is the patent. Piper had.
May I be honest? There was a period of my life in which I would have needed the failure. That was a good reason. That was tech icon. Since leaving Bully, I've co-authored 37 adult romance novels. Following Margot, The Lighthouse Dance, Cold Ice Cream and Hot Kisses. Over here, The Prince of Puget Sound. And lastly, his Hazel Glass. All international bestsellers.
Gavin, a moment, please.
Just running a little over. With the lights and the machines and the sound equipment, how is this ever gonna be an hour? You're acting hysterical. You know what? You know what? I'll just write the book myself.
If you could, you would, but you can't. You're stuck with me, and I'm stuck with you.
That's what Florian says to Claudette outside the cheese cave. Oh my God! That's what
Hear that? Yes. Okay, go put the kettle on. Yeah, put the kettle. I'm terribly sorry. I'm going to have to cut this short. Thank you for coming.
Oh, yes, there has been one obvious change in my life since then. I have a niece.
My name is Nelson Baghetti, and I'm the president of Stanford. Stanford. At first, it was really hard to find my office because it's on the second floor, but I think I have it down now. You just go upstairs.
You graduates have a lot of responsibilities, finishing the important work of movements such as Pound, Met Devil Zero, and Title X. But I feel sure we are in good hands, for as our motto states, Die Luft der Fright Wet. Freedom blows.
Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, Simon! Yeah, he's deployed us. Okay. Oh, yeah. Boys being boys. Big old dome.
Last again.
I'm the co-founder of New Road Strategic Technologies, one of the largest cybersecurity firms in the Bay Area.
I am the co-founder of Newell Roads Strategic Technologies, one of the largest
I literally
cyber
just said that. I just said that.
in the Bay Area. Things are better when I say them. Plus, they're definitely going to be. Why don't you tell them how you bought the house next to mine? Because you love me so much.
Okay. Fuck you.
How's it going, guys?
Meeting time.
We have a meeting.
Mandatory.
What do I do now? I work for a nonprofit in DC. It's a think tank, and we just think about stuff.
So, the NSA.
The NSA? No. Farthest thing from the NSA. God. NSA. It's a really weird question to ask. You're not going to use this, aren't you?
Maybe.
Well, you can't have people smoking in movies, so.
Okay, Jello. The old staple. I'm afraid we don't have kosher shrimp. Are you sure that even exists? Guys, later we're gonna have a Joni Mitchell sing-along in the rec room. I love working with the elderly. It's like I get to have a bunch of parents and also be their parent. No, Martin. She only has eyes for you. We were dancing as girlfriends. That's it. Except for Mr. O'Keefe, who thinks I'm his late wife. But that's fine, too. This fall, we actually had a herpes epidemic among the residents, which is bad medically, but from another perspective, it's kind of touching. Okay, we're on our way to the hostel. God, I haven't been there in such a long time. It was an incredible time in my life, you know. I never really thought that I would have a group of male friends. You know, men just seemed kind of mean and hard, but these guys were as sweet and soft as rotten fruit. You got your book? Prince of Puget Sound. Oh, Judy.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
You okay?
Yeah. I haven't seen you in forever.
I saw you last weekend.
Hey.
You look great.
Is that a woman's? Oh, it's unisex. Big head.
Hey, Nelson.
I work a lot with people who have dementia, and I just want you to know it doesn't have to be our show.
Huh, cool. Well, hey, we're all here. Let's go. Let's go see Jin Yang.
You okay, Richard?
Hi there. Is Jin Yang here? Does he live here? We're all old friends of his.
No, I'm sorry. I bought
bought a house years ago from his estate.
Estate?
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but Jin Yang's dead.
Okay, so he's dead. What do we do? It's different, but also the same.
Hey, Guilfoyle. That's your horrible corner. It looks much better now.
Changed a little bit. I fixed my hole.
Don't do it again. No, I wouldn't, obviously. It's emotionally charged. Dreams.
Playful women. Hi.
Hey.
I used to live here back when I was poor.
Cool.
No offense.
And then taken, I guess. President Spaghetti?
Whoa. How did you know my name?
I go to Stanford.
Oh, no way. I work at Stanford. I'm the president.
Yeah, I know. What are you doing here?
I don't know. I think because Jin Yang died? I'm not sure.
Okay.
My bedroom.
Yes. Didn't you, used to wet the bed?
Sweating. Stress sweats. You can get so stressed you sweat at night. Sometimes you sweat on your crotch.
So weird, we're all back here.
Except Virginia Ann. Because he's dead.
And Ehrlich.
Has anyone talked to Ehrlich?
No. But wherever he is, I hope he hasn't blown through all that money.
He definitely has.
Yeah, I'm sure he has.
We're looking for Ehrlich Bachman. In the other village, they said that he was here. Is Ehrlich Bachman here? He's here? He's that way? It's up here? So this is Ehrlich Bachman's house?
Ehrlich Bachman.
Fantastic. We're just here to see Ehrlich Bachman. Hello? Hello?
Easy, we're friends.
Are you Ehrlich Bachman?
Yes, I'm Eric Bachman. I can show you ID. That's my face. I was a fat, but now I'm a not fat.
I'm sorry. This is supposed to be you?
Yeah, so my hacker hostel is very unsuccessful, but Richard was okay, and my favorite, smartest person was a Jin.
Do you plan on coming back to America at any point?
No, because everyone hates me in America, and my best friend Jin is dead.
How did he die?
He died helping children in Africa from the tiger. Jin killed the tiger, and the tiger killed him same time.
That doesn't sound like that's true.
You're not true. I have an idea.
Okay, whoa.
I'm making the world a better place through an intelligent, semi-autonomous agent powered by distributed DNA-based compute that automates personal planning and scheduling.
Oh, boss. Sounds like an atrocity.
Let's just hope you have better success than we did.
Oh, what company did you have?
Oh, here we go.
Piper.
Yeah.
I'm unfamiliar.
Rat invasion. We were a big failure.
$8 billion valuation, down to zero in one day.
Was that like a social media company?
What? Pied Piper.
Are you fucking with us?
Thank you guys so much for your time.
Hey guys. Guess that I accidentally brought my bag. Oh, no way.
We know this thing.
Wow.
We're gonna need a beer if we're gonna do this.
Richard, be careful.
Now do it. Always blue. 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 Always blue.
Regrets?
Such a busy
No. No,
Minions have spawned. Promising garden.
Heard a lot of last words. Forgot them all.
Venture off the beaten path. The forest holds many surprises.
Ah, good. I can write this off as a real success.
So much more to see. Take careful steps. Things aren't always what they seem. First blood. Wait until my seeds take root. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Just a harmless flower. An ally has been slain. Such a busy world. A promising garden. An ally has been slain. Venture off the beaten path. An ally has been slain. The forest holds so much more to see.
careful steps. Come closer. Things aren't always what they seem. An ally has been slain. Just enough. Wait until my seeds take root. Executed. Such a busy world. A promising garden. Venture off the beaten path. An enemy has been slain. Take careful steps. Shut down. Things aren't always what they seem. see. Take careful steps. Be ready. Just wait. Come closer. Things aren't always what they seem. Wait until my seeds take root. You have been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Turret plating will fall soon. Has been slain. Such a busy world. What lurks beneath the soil? Shut down. Beware. The beaten path. The forest holds many surprises. Your team has destroyed a turret. So much more to see. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. till my seeds take root. Live. Just a harmless flower.
Stampede!
Such a busy world. Promising An enemy has been slain. The forest holds no. Your turret has been destroyed. So much more to see. An enemy has been slain. Take careful steps. Come close. These are always what they seem. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Wait until my seeds take root. Just a harmless flower. Such a beautiful flame. An ally has been slain. see. Come closer. An enemy has been slain. Enemy triple kill. An enemy has been slain. Things aren't always what they seem. Shut down. Wait until my seeds take root. Just a harmless flower. Such a busy world. Off the beaten path. Curse. Just minutes. The forest holds many surprises. So much more to see. Take careful steps. ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'm happy.
you don't feel bad that you never got to make the world a better place?
I think we did okay.
I wouldn't change a thing. I've learned a lot from my mistakes. Well, they weren't my mistakes. I've learned a lot from other people's mistakes.
I think we proved to everyone the need for less immigration from Pakistan.
The nice thing about freezing to death is you're preserved in your last moment. And if I could live forever in the last moment of Pied Piper, I'd be a happy corpse.
Actually could, I still have one copy of the Pied Piper code base. I have it on a thumb drive. I can show it to you. No, we won't look into it, but I just want to show it to you. It's just got a couple things on there that honestly, this is like when we were coding the best we ever were. So some pieces of this thing, sheer elegance. I wish I could show it to everybody because I want to show it to my students. Not my class. I know it's in the desk. Okay, this is weird. Shit. Okay. Where is it? It's orange. It's this big. It's just a thumb drive. So have your crew seen it? Anything? I'm gonna take a look. Here? That's insane. I haven't. It's gotta be in the desk.
Is it a problem?
No, not a problem. It's just pretty fascinating. Although, if it isn't here, where is it?
What a dumbass!
Whatever, dude.
Yo, man! Dude, what is that? What was that, man?
We're full health, man. Go away, please.
Yes, get him, Goose! Get him, Goose!
Let's go!
Maybe swallow, huh? Oh, goddamn, bro! I love you! I love you so much, 미피스!
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Actually, I'm just gonna jump in here.
no bot lane, and we would just like sit in the bush throwing cleavers off to people.
Let's go, let's go, let's go! We did it! We did it!
Feel the thorns embrace.
How's Jake doing, all man? Let's go, biceps kid.
Amına kodum.
Pop.
Come closer. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Things aren't always what they seem. Minions have spawned. Promising garden. The forest holds many surprises. Venture off the beaten path. Just a harmless flower. So much more to see. Wait until my seeds take root. Take careful steps. Come closer. Things aren't always what they seem. Such a busy world. First blood. The forest holds many surprises. Venture off the beaten just a harmless flower. So much more to see. Wait until my seeds take root. Take careful steps. Come closer. Things aren't always what they seem. Such a busy world. holds many surprises. Venture out the beaten path. Just a harmless flower. So much more to see. Wait until my seeds take root. Take careful steps. Come closer. My friend thinks don't differ. Things aren't always what they seem. Such a busy world.
Keep it together.
The forest holds many surprises. The turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain. Just a harmless flower. Your turret has been destroyed. Death doesn't mean. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. So much more to see. closer. Things aren't always what they seem. Such a busy world. A promising garden. Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain. The forest holds many surprises. Your turret has been destroyed. Venture off the beaten path. Your turret has been destroyed. Flower. So much more has been slain. Come closer. Things aren't always what they seem. None will escape my grasp. Such a busy world. Promising garden. destroyed. Just wait. So much more to see. Your turret has been destroyed. Wait until my seeds take root. Take careful steps. Come closer. Here. Here. Things aren't always what they seem. There. Such a big a promising garden. Ally has been slain. The forest holds many surprises. Venture off the beaten path. Just wait. Just a harmless flower. Things aren't always what they seem. Such a busy world. A promising garden. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. The forest holds many surprises. Live first. Venture off the beat. Take careful steps. The harvest is upon us. Things aren't always what they seem. Ally has been slain. Such a busy world. An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage. Monster down. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat.
Ghost. I got you,
Homie, I ain't gonna let them get you like that.
Yo, he's pissed! He's pissed!
Never fall.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today, we are going to talk about some questions that somebody sent me. There are still people who are leaning into the idea that Russia is on some next level 4D chess type of stuff. So we're going to go through these questions, which are being presented as unanswerable, and we're going to answer them. These questions get presented, and then it leads people down this road where they start embracing wild ideas. And really, it's all centered on misunderstanding one simple thing. So we're just going to kind of run through it and hope that we can kind of put this part behind us. The real issue here for a lot of people is perceived capability versus actual capability. A lot of people, Western analysts included, have equated Russia with the Soviet Union and therefore Warsaw Pact for a long time. Russia has a GDP of $1.5 trillion. They are not an economic superpower. They cannot afford the military the Soviet Union had. It's that simple. That's where people need to start. Because of the perceived capability being high and the actual capability being pretty low, it makes it even more dramatic. So people have to seek out an explanation for why they believed Russia was so strong, rather than just kind of acknowledging that the estimates were wrong, like they had to do when it came to Ukraine. The estimates about Ukraine were that they were going to fold in a week. Most, not all, most Western analysts believed Ukraine didn't have a shot. They misread their intent, thought they were going to roll over. And that's the part you have to understand. Russia did the same thing. Russia believed, because of previous experience with Ukraine in recent memory, they believed Ukraine was just going to give up pretty easily, that they were going to be able to occupy pretty easily. So that's what they planned for. And because they thought it was going to be easy, they divided stuff up in a very PR fashion. So each one of their little, each group within the Russian military got its time to shine, so they would get good PR videos or whatever. That's what happened. And keep in mind the operational template that was used in Ukraine, exactly what they did. You can go back and watch Let's Talk About the Futures of Ukraine, and I outlined exactly what they did before they ever crossed the border. It's not a mystery. It's not some next level strategy. They messed up. Where did it start? At the capital, which is good because this is actually the first question. There are people who still believe the capital was a diversion. It wasn't. This is how we know this. They deployed the VDV, their paratroopers, crack troops, top tier troops. You don't waste troops like that on a diversion where you know most of them aren't coming back. They tried to take the capital from here. So that's your big sign, is the presence of high-end troops. You don't waste them on diversions like this that are going to have high losses. The next thing people point to is, well, see, it had to be a diversion. That's why they ran out of supplies, because they didn't really care about supplying them. No, that doesn't make any sense. The reality is the exact opposite. They ran out of supplies because they thought they were going to take the capital easily and could resupply there, so they didn't bring a lot. If you were going to stage a diversion and you knew you were going to be out in the field moving around, you would bring more supplies, you would bring more gas. The thing that people are pointing to as evidence of it being a diversion is pretty hard evidence that they intended on taking the capital. The next piece of evidence. A lot of these troops brought their dress uniforms because they thought it would be over. They were coming for the parade. Not something you would bring if you're going to be out in the mud rolling around. Another thing that they brought with them is police. And this is incredibly strong evidence. If you're going to be doing a military diversion, you don't bring a bunch of cops who don't know how to move. You bring cops if you think you're going to take the Capitol and you need riot control. That's what they did. It was a legitimate move on the Capitol, and they failed. It's that simple. Don't look for hidden strategy where none exists. They tried to take the Capitol, and they tried to take it in the way that, in that first video, I said I didn't think it was likely. I didn't think it was likely because it was pretty much guaranteed to end up the way it did. There's the idea, the next question is, there's the idea that analysts are misreading Russia's grand strategy because Western analysts don't know about combined arms, I guess. Because most Westerners who are looking at this, they see it as hugely different because this is on the plains of Europe and all that. They're looking at it and saying this war is different. Therefore, since it's different than what Western analysts have been dealing with, they don't understand it. No. That's not what's occurring. People are pointing to tank battles and saying tank battles haven't occurred in a long time. I mean, sure. I mean, not in any widespread way, I guess. The thing is, it isn't the West that is failing to understand what they're doing. Russia is not deploying infantry screens. That's the reason Russia is taking so many losses when it comes to armor. Infantry screens are troops that sit outside. They're outside of the tanks to protect the tanks from things like javelins. This is something that's been common since World War II. This is something that any corporal in the Army or the Marines would know. It's a failure of doctrine on the Russian side. That's why they're having so many problems, because they have bad communication and they can't actually achieve the combined part of combined arms. So, the next question. Why are they letting Zelensky? Why are they letting him go? It's bold to assume that Russia has the capability to take him. Let's be clear, they've tried. They sent in Wagner, it failed. People are looking at Russia and believing that it is comparable to the U.S. in every way. Russia never put any research, any money, any desire into developing total information awareness on a battlefield. That's not a thing that they tried to do, so they don't have those capabilities. It's also worth noting that I don't think the U.S. could do it in 2 months. That's a pretty tall order. This isn't a movie. In real life, tracking down a specific person across combat zones is like really hard. See Bin Laden for 10 years. The idea that it's proof of some grand conspiracy that Russia has been able to do it in a couple of months, they have tried to do it, and they have failed because they don't have that technology. Russia is a near peer. They are not a peer. They are not the Warsaw Pact. Last one, and at least this one's true. Russia isn't putting their full weight, full military strength in this invasion. That's true. That's actually true. But it's not because there's some grand military strategy. It's because they're staying prepared for a NATO counterattack. If they would have put all of their forces into Ukraine, and NATO was to respond, NATO would destroy them quickly. Russia cannot stand up to NATO. The only thing that makes them a peer at this point is their strategic arsenal, their nuclear arsenal. Such a big in a conventional fight, Russia versus NATO, Russia doesn't stand a chance. It's incredibly lopsided. Aside from that, NATO isn't Russia's concern. They have taken bits of countries along their borders for decades and decades and decades. Japan, a country you wouldn't really think of having a beef with Russia. There's islands that are contested. If Russia starts to waver, if they don't have the troops to defend those islands, if Japan decides to take them, Japan might decide to take them. That's why those troops are being called. It's not a sign of grand strategy. I think possibly the strongest evidence that Russia's misconduct is them calling up the reservists. Troops that won't be ready for months. Your diversion around the capital, it would have to be diverting from something that mattered, right? They had months before the troops showed up, before they can actually really restart operations. What Russia's going to try to do, otherwise, is move as slowly as much of the country can or they will. That's where they're at. Move out of these. Now they're actually using extraction. This is why Ukraine has to procure types of equipment from the West. If the West gives to them, the further they move from Russia, the further the troops get out, the more those logistical issues are going to show, and the more they'll fail. Especially if Ukraine devotes any attention to disrupting those supplies. People were expecting the Warsaw Pact. They got Russia today. That's what happened. There's no great mystery here. Never attribute to conspiracy what you can attribute. None of this is really shocking. None of this is an unanswerable question. Don't go down the conspiracy road with this at this point. There were people who were making this claim from the beginning. You know, the first week, we are weeks and weeks into this. You don't suffer the kind of losses Russia is suffering without shifting, without enacting your current plan. The reality is they're just losing. That's the simple answer. If NATO continues to provide the assistance that Ukraine needs, they will lose the war. In many ways, when you're talking about the actual goals of war, Russia lost in the first 17 years. And after 72 hours, they demonstrated that they weren't the modern military that many countries perceived them to be. They lost. There is no way, no matter what happens at this point, even if they were to take on hold the whole country, Russia does not walk out of this in a better position than when it started. There's no way for that to occur. This was a huge error geopolitically. There were huge errors in the strategic and operational phases of this, and even at the tactical level, because they're using conscripts, they're failing to do it. It isn't going well. The answer is that Russia messed up. Not that there's some super secret strategy that after all this time they're just waiting for the right moment to enact.
So much more.
Don't look for a reason for your initial assumption to be wrong. The initial assumption was that Russia is the Warsaw Pact, that they have that power. Anything trying to explain away their failures probably anyway, it's just a thought. Well, howdy. So today we are going to talk about why NATO is looking for non-kinetic options. Why they're looking for options other than putting in troops. For a lot of people, this is confusing, and this is especially true if you're one of those people who may understand the numbers capabilities of the militaries, but you don't understand doctrine when it comes to what countries are willing to do. If you understand the numbers, you're looking at this and you're trying to get rid of it because it doesn't really make sense. When this mythical fight takes place online and people sandbox and talk about it, it's the United States versus Russia. If you're familiar with the comparative capabilities, the United States wins. You know, it's that old joke. The world's largest air force is the United States Air Force. The world's second largest air force is the United States Navy. And that's true, by the way. It's a joke, but it's also accurate. So why isn't that option being exercised? Especially considering when you're talking about Europe, all of NATO's involved. All of those other militaries are in the fight as well. NATO would, in fact, stomp Russia into the ground pretty quickly. It would be bad. There would be a lot of lost pretty quickly. But Russia would be pushed out of Ukraine. Absent really bizarre fog of war stuff. So why don't they do it? Because this isn't the type of country the U.S. normally fights. This is in Europe. They can push them out of Ukraine, but once they hit that border, oh, they hit a road. And it's not Russian will. It's not the Russian people's historical willingness to put it all on the line. When we talk about the worst case scenarios, when we talk about nukes, when do they really come on the table? When one nation is worried about actually losing control. The United States and NATO cannot militarily depose Putin without running the risk of nuclear war. That's why. That's why they're reluctant to do that. They can go in and push him out. It would be bad, but they'd be able to do it. But then nothing changes. Nothing changes because they won't, if they know, if they're smart, they won't actually move further because then the risks just become astronomical. So this is why they're looking. And this is where you get to look at some foreign policy, things that may not really make sense when you're looking at it through the lens of right and wrong, good and evil, moral and immoral. Right now, what, oil's up to $100 a barrel? Biden's calling Saudi Arabia. Biden is calling Saudi Arabia. In fact, we know, I think he reached out last week and tried to get ahead of this. The Saudis were unwilling to do so at that time. The situation might have changed. Probably calling them again. Now, this explains why the United States has kind of looked the other way. Slid them a card every once in a while at that international poker game where everybody's cheating. To keep this option in reserve. Tensions have run high between the two countries, relatively speaking, recently, so we don't actually know if they're going to go forward with it. However, generally speaking, Saudi Arabia to do what's best for Saudi Arabia. And right now, they can offload oil at, I don't know, roughly 30% more. Now, this is also another moment when you talk about countries looking to obtain strategic arms. You know, the way it gets sold is always, well, they get that, you know, one madman, and you know, they could just go to town, and they could launch. With this in mind, knowing that strategic arms really does stop the ability of a larger power to politically realign your country. Perhaps the way that topic is framed, world So countries that are on the U.S. hit list, countries that are opposition to the United States, all of a sudden it starts to make sense why they're looking for this capability, right? Because if they get it, they know the U.S. They have that roadblock. Because they're not going to
will soon fall.
From the other side, talking about foreign policy, and you're the United States, or Russia, or China, any major world power, you want the ability to politically realign other nations as you see fit. Because foreign policy isn't about right and wrong. It's about power. Those strategic arms, they truly shift that balance. They make it to where the game can only go so far. That poker game stops before any player goes bust if they have nuclear weapons. That's why. Now, in a video that's already been recorded that keeps getting pushed back, we talk a little bit about cyber capabilities. That is also something Russia's really good at. They used it during Ukraine. They're really good at it. A direct military confrontation between NATO and Russia, they would try to do. So there would be disruptions at home for the civilian populace of it. There's a likelihood that that's going to happen anyway because of the sanctions to some degree. But in conflict, it would be all out. So if you're wondering why NATO isn't just going in cleaning house, especially if you really understand the capabilities of NATO, all of NATO versus Russia, this is your answer. They can only go so far. They can't depose Putin militarily. Best they can do is create the conditions in hopes that the Russian people or his political allies depose him from within. The possibility of the U.S. doing it through regime change and the way the U.S. typically does it, not so much. Not something that is really likely. So that should answer that question. There's too much at stake. It can only go so far. It doesn't actually change. Scene, it just goes nowhere. And that doesn't actually solve the problem. Because Russia could attempt to come back in as soon as NATO withdraws. And it would be costly. This is one. It's not as simple as delivering a power that doesn't have to be. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day. Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today, we're going to talk about a little bit of poetic justice that is going on in Russia. Over the last week, has been getting rid of people. The inner circle is crumbling. A couple of generals, some spy chiefs. There's a whole bunch of people that are being detained. Some are put in house arrest, some it's a purge. Putin is enacting a purge. Now, it would be wise of Putin to reshuffle the state. There were major failures, and that's a smart move to have to do. He's not throwing people in to do the job. He's in scapegoat mode.
A promising god.
He's pulling people in and say, oh, you're under arrest, you wasted gas, something like that. Looking for people to blame this on, which indicates he isn't really ready to solve the problem. He understands that it was a failure, but he doesn't not at the point where he's going to bring in professionals. That's the appearance. When rulers go through purges like this, there's normally only a few ways it works out. The first is they go in, they get rid of people, and then the next row, the hierarchical structure of the organization, they rise up and they take that spot. The problem is that doesn't solve anything for the ruler. That person also needs a listener. And on top of that, they'll have heard what the boss said. So they know what to do. And they're terrified because they don't want to be detained down an elevator shaft or whatever. So that route rarely works. It's uncommon for that method of bringing people up to actually put somebody in a position is there for political passions, not theirs. Another thing that rules do is they rule the people, and then they handpick people that they trust and put them in positions. But again, those people that they trust, they don't necessarily know anything about the agency they're now running. They lack that institution. They're not familiar with, in some cases, what it's even supposed to do. So that tends to also have bad results. And then the third option is the one where the ruler himself, in this case Putin, decides to micromanage everything. Putin's arrogant enough to possibly try that. That also doesn't tend to go well. Historically speaking, these purges like this don't actually solve anything. It just shuffles things around, and at time actually opens the ruler up to being removed, especially with the micromanaging thing. When that happens, there's always a functionary for each agency. You know, there's one for the Army, the Air Force, whatever. And that person doesn't have any power. They just do whatever the ruler says. They enact those orders. But when something goes wrong, those are the people who get blamed. Because of that, the feeling of, well, being powerless and suffering the consequences for the rulers.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today we're going to answer a question. Which party in the United States best supports the Constitution? You know, one party loves to frame it as though they are the defenders of the Constitution. Use that symbol. The parchment paper, we the people, written really large, nothing else visible. And the question is whether or not they are really living up to the ideas. And that's how you test it. It's a real simple test. Do the politicians who use this framing, who like to cast themselves as defenders of the Constitution, do they actually encourage their supporters to live up to the ideas contained within it, the concepts that were laid out? Do they encourage their supporters to support and defend the Constitution, or do they just care about that parchment symbol? We the people. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty. We're going to go through one at a time. Establish justice. So if, let's say hypothetically speaking, there was a segment of the population that was disproportionately impacted by police violence, that they suffered a sentencing disparity in the criminal justice system. If that existed, it would be your constitutional duty to oppose that system. It would be your constitutional obligation to attempt to fix it, because you want to establish justice. If you were to say,
He resisted. Cops can do whatever they want. You are anti-constitutional. We have a whole section about this, due process. Cops don't get to mete out punishment in the street. It's not how it works. Sorry. The domestic tranquility. That's one that's come up a lot lately. You know, it's become relevant because we have had some less than tranquil moments. And the response from the we the people crowd, send in the troops. Now, ensure domestic tranquility. That means stopping at the war stops. The way you do that is you actually listen to the people with complaints and you fix them. So it doesn't come to that. I know that's not the tough guy routine that people like to use, but that is what's written down in the Constitution. That's why we have that whole section about being able to petition for a redress of grievances. The fact that it became less than tranquil is not an indictment of those in the street. It's an indictment of the government that failed them. Promote the general welfare and provide for common defense. These two go together. Common defense. Republicans love that one. They call it the second, you know. That's where they take it. Common defense. And I get it. Yeah, that's part of it. But provide for the common defense means more than that. It means I protect you and you protect me. Wear your mask. My mask protects you. Your mask protects me. It's your constitutional duty, in this case, to wear a mask, to look out for your community, to not be selfish. Promote the general welfare. That's kind of the same thing, only to a less critical outcome. Let's say, hypothetically, there was a systemic issue that stopped a portion of the population from being able to prosper. It would be your constitutional duty to oppose that. You would want it changed because you want them to be able to prosper. You want to promote the general to everybody welfare. You want everybody to do well. And you can tie this to anything too, by the way. This whole part right here, this is really be a good person. Look out for your community. Don't try to keep other people down. Lift everybody up. Promote the general welfare. It's there in the Constitution, first paragraph. That does not seem to be the mantra of Republicans today. And then secure the blessings of liberty. That's the one they love the most because they take it to mean they can do anything they want. No, that's actually a warning. Secure the blessings of liberty. And it goes on to talk about how it's for us and those who come after us. So the duty here is to not elect, I don't know, some authoritarian goon who thinks they can rule by tweet. To not elect somebody who calls journalists an enemy of the people anytime they criticize him. You know, journalism, the press, being one of the only industries enshrined and protected in the Constitution because it's that important to the functioning of a representative democracy. The Republican Party today embodies precisely zero of the main reasons we, the people, came together. It's all about that symbol. They care more about that picture of parchment paper with "We the People" written on it than they do the contents of the actual paper, the ideas contained within them, the concepts that were eventually supposed to be spread to everybody when it was written, including more and more people under that umbrella of freedom. And any time anybody tries to get that umbrella over another group's head, well, they're the conservatives, opposing the very founding documents of this country. You have a constitutional duty to say that Black Lives Matter. You have a constitutional duty to look for ways to address systemic racism. You have a constitutional duty to look out for your fellow person during the current health crisis.
Forever?
Look, this guy's got a real doll in his closet. He doesn't need this compliment.
You
True.
want to see the? You guys want to see the doll or what?
Can you bring it out? Actually, can we see it?
Yeah. I'll show you the doll right now.
Really?
I think so. On YouTube,
I'll show you. Okay, I'll show you. The doll's in her underwear. I'll show you the doll's hand though. You want to see the doll's hand?
Wait, hold on. Is the Trump or the wherever is he getting swatted?
Good for this.
Pause. Is Mr. Girl gonna be on this panel?
Mr. Girl's already on this panel.
All right, cool. Well, you guys have a good one. I'm out. I'm not gonna support this sick piece of shit, and I'll never do an interview and I'll never do a panel with them. You gotta let me know who's actually.
It would actually be me supporting you, you little.
Yeah, got it. All right, y'all have a good one. Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
is
I
this,
don't know
wait,
who
hold on.
joined me
Is this really happening?
Wait, who are you?
Mr. Girl, peace out.
Can I ask who?
No! I was like, is that guy interesting person? Oh, it's so.
Is that guy? Isn't he a libertarian? I thought this
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say. I thought he was about to say like, Mr. Girl's here. Dab me up, bro. Oh no.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
man. Well.
Wow. So
Hey.
Stardust. So you think the N word is okay, but not Mr. Girl?
Wait,
Wait,
hold on. Wait,
You
wait
think
a
Mr.
minute,
Girl's okay, but
wait a
not the
minute,
N word?
what?
Wait, you think Lolly's okay, but not the N word?
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, what?
What is this panel about?
I'm gonna
This
sit back.
panel
I'm gonna
is
sit back
about.
real fast.
This panel is about. I'm so sad that he left.
This panel's been renamed to the Mr. Girl Flamenco Discourse.
Oh God, dude, please.
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. This panel. The first question. If people are going, are you gonna jump on camera as well, Mr. Girl, or are you just?
Oh shit, my camera's off.
Yeah.
Wait, why did?
Wait, who just?
Why did
who
he
just
leave?
left?
Because he doesn't support.
I thought he was
Mr.
doing a bit there for a second, but he actually left.
No, he's not doing a bit. Sometimes people freak out.
Okay.
That's just
well,
very funny to me. I'm sorry.
Well, okay. Well, question number one, guys. If you're all actually, you know what? Before we do anything, let's go around, introduce ourselves. That was Fabian Liberty. He's a ANCAP.
What the fuck is that?
He's like the panel. He's like a staunch libertarian, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think unironic ANCAP. Possibly. Yeah.
Yeah, like an actual, like the free market and liberty will solve every single problem.
I thought Liberty was like his middle name, but it's actually like a libertarian thing.
Yeah, I call him Fabio Library as a joke. Nobody gets it. But anyways, let's go around, introduce ourselves. Okay, Destiny, why don't you go first?
I am Destiny. I do.
Flamenco.
I just do VTuber drama sometimes and try not to be the focus of it. Not been doing the best job of it the last couple of days, so you know. I don't know. Hopefully we can go through this without that happening tonight. Who knows?
Oh.
Okay. Hi.
Hey, I'm a conservative, and before you guys say you sound like Nick Fuentes, I've heard it before. And I honestly appreciate it. He's a friend of mine, but you know, I think Patrick Bateman is a more appropriate comparison.
How much do I have to super chat you to do the whole opening monologue from?
Well, you'd be an idiot. You'd be an idiot if you did, because I've already done it. So let me set it to what's the dono right now? I think you'd have to donate $4,998. Or
Mr. Girl, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey, I'm Mr. Girl. When I show up to panels, I'm like a pH test. And if you freak out and leave, well, you might need to reevaluate your grit, your strength. That's it.
Okay, I'm Stardust. I'm just the host. I guess we'll just get right into it. Topic number one is democracy doing its job and fairly representing what the people want in their regime. What would you change? looks like he wants to go first.
No, I'm just smiling at like, I totally didn't expect this to all go down this way, and it's
I did not expect it either.
Very entertaining start. Yeah, I don't think so. I kind of err, and I've been recently thinking about this. The whole idea of democracy is something that's been kind of hotly debated throughout all of history. Being in college is something that has given me a weird perspective, because every single political science class I'm in, all they talk about is how we can further democracy and what will lead to more democratic representation, this, that. And I kind of have I think it was Socrates who expressed it in terms of democracy, which is based. I don't know about all these like plebeians or these stupid people voting. I of course have to grapple with the fact that I'd probably be getting rid of a lot of Republican voters, but I also adhere to like that the bell curve of practical intelligence, as John Blow would put it, which is the stupid people and the very smart people coming together against the people in the middle, which are like the liberals. I think the big threat is that democracy can be totally overwhelmed if you just import a bunch of people who think pretty differently, and this is of course the immigration aspect of it. You can pretty distinctly change what a country believes without actually pulling the people who have historically represented that country, and I don't know if that's very fair. So that's kind of my basic take on it.
I think democracy is based. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of voter participation. The voter populations always resemble the actual population making the country. I think that arguments about historical people is incredibly fucking cringe. If they're dead, I don't really care what they think. Nobody has a right to like permanently section off the land and expect that the people there won't change, whether we're talking about the ideas of the people there or the actual types of people there. People are going to move all around the United States. People are going to move all around the world. As long as we all agree on what our immigration policy looks like. If some people move here, it's your job to demonstrate why your platform is best for everybody instead of just you in the country. And if you do want to just cater to a select group, you shouldn't be surprised when you're
I guess largely I am kind of okay with democracy and ideal, but in practice I think it might lead to some pretty not great outcomes. I think like one of the biggest examples I would say is like the broad bipartisan support for the Patriot Act, which like is probably one of the most universally reviled pieces of legislation nowadays to like most common voters, but it still gets passed regardless. And back when it was passed, it was like unanimously supported because, of course, who wouldn't be against something called the Patriot Act? I think that in general, democracy sort of selects towards things that might appeal to people's like lowest common denominator, whether that be like imagined threats or whether that be an appeal to like you'll get this if you vote for this person, and whatever candidate guarantees that they're going to give this, even if they do or don't actually end up delivering, is going to get the vote.
I would say that the fact that there's a chunk of people in the country who do not believe that Joe Biden is democratically elected president would suggest that whatever democracy is supposed to do, it is not doing. But I don't think I don't think it's fair to frame that as democracy is not doing its job. I think that one thing I heard a lot before the election is that public faith in democracy is necessary for democracy to work. If people are drawn into conspiracy theories saying that their votes don't count, then at some point that starts to become true. And I also think that there's this irony or meta-irony that's become very popular in political discourse that undermines faith in publicly held elections. And so I think democracy itself is good, and I think that we have an obligation to uphold it by finding a balance between, yes, we don't want people lying or cheating in elections, but if you're lying about that for money and trying to get people to like you or be more popular by undermining faith in public elections, you are undermining and attacking school or funding to do so. I think it's irresponsible. Current stance.
Can I jump into it?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, sweet. So, Destiny, there's something that I've been wondering about for a while. You've kind of this, from what I understand, a blanket approach of everybody should vote. I don't recall whether I've heard you advocate for this. Do you believe in like mandatory voting? I think you've like alluded or thought about it before on a stream.
Well, I go back and forth on it. I'm like 51-49 in favor of it, but I could be convinced.
Okay, so what do you think is the advantage of like everybody voting? What do you think advantage?
It's annoying to me right now that people think that our political system is super corrupt and that it's representing corporate interests, when the reality is we're selecting for a certain percentage of voters or a certain type of voters. And that's why we see expressed in the government the things that are. So if everybody was forced to vote, then at the very least we could stop using that shitty fucking excuse for why things aren't done the way we want them to, and we can actually start blaming voters responsible instead of just saying that like it's shady corporations and deep state.
Okay, I generally agree more with the reasoning, but I think it's also stupid to be like, yeah, you know, once we get everybody to vote and like we've got people who don't care about it whatsoever voting, then we can, you know, blame them for it. When I think that really the better alternative is to make it more difficult to vote. And I'll add a caveat here. What we want is to make voting accessible, but at the same time difficult, so that the people who want to vote and the ones who are willing to take the time to do it because they really truly feel that they have a voice in their country are going to go out of their way to do so. I think, you know, if you were to tell me, and we saw this with like the past legislation that Democrats have been trying to push, that, you know, we need, you know, 24-hour voting, or we need people who can, you know, do drive-through or drive-in voting, I find it a little bit silly to say that the people who we should care most about representing are the people who wouldn't vote in our elections if we didn't allow them to do it in a drive-through. Why are these the people who we should be really concerned with representing or voting people in?
Fundamentally, yeah, people view democratic participation incorrectly. I would argue that you have it incorrect. People seem to think that in the United States of America, you have options for how you want to engage with society. But that's not true. You have a forced engagement with society. Whether you like it or not, you are intersecting with other people in a plethora of ways. Whether you're talking about employer-employee relationships, whether you're talking about a direct engagement with, say, our welfare system, whether you're talking about creating children and putting more life, like there's a million different ways in traffic and where you live and how you vote and the things you do on the internet, like in every way, you have some buy-in to society. With the privilege and all the rights afforded to you in the society, there ought to be some responsibilities as well. One of those responsibilities ought to be being a somewhat informed voter. I don't think that we can have this idea, this delusion that like, well, some people aren't informed enough to vote, so we should keep them from voting. LOL. They're voting in a whole bunch of other ways. You know, they vote if they make themselves heard in city council meetings. They vote when they protest. They vote when they buy things from certain shops. They vote in the areas that they choose to rent and live in. They vote when they litter on the streets. Like, there is this huge buy-in in society, and voting is just one dimension of this buy-in. And to pretend that that's like something that only some people should do when everybody votes with a whole bunch of different activities, I fundamentally disagree. I think voting is a responsibility that we should all have.
Okay. I kind of agree with you. Like, I think that I think individuals should vote. I do think that's kind of an obligation you have. But if individuals who are like over the age of 18 or whatever, and who, as you say, vote in so many other ways, just, you know, completely skirt this obligation that they have to vote, I would argue not because they have this moral principled stance of, well, you know, I don't believe in either candidate, but rather just because they're too lazy to do it, i.e., you know, drive through voting. Why would we pander to that? I mean, you're saying they vote in all these other ways. Well, okay, then isn't it enough to ask them to take the time to do it in the way that will elect politicians?
I mean, it depends on the type of voting stuff we're talking about. Because I'd have to give specific provisions. Like, if somebody wants to take the time to go down and vote, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, that's what somebody wants to do. Like,
no, okay, well, I think you kind of missed. I may have not articulated well. I think you're assuming. Well, hold on, Mr. Girl. Hold on, Mr. Girl. So I think.
Well, I want to talk.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify one thing so that you can understand it.
Stardust, will you tell me?
All right. I'm sorry. Let's let. Okay. All right. Hi, is there any chance that you could do it in like 5 seconds?
No, I'm not going to do time.
In 5.
Stardust, mute it. Stardust, you need to mute it.
Mr. Girl, we have to let people finish, and then I promise you will be next. Okay?
He's never going to finish.
He'll finish.
Just fast forwarding. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that these people are basically like crawling on their hands and knees up to some lazy fuck in bed and saying, please, will you just fill out the ballot box? I just need you to vote, even though this person has no idea what. That's what you're saying. That's your complaint.
Yes.
I think if somebody is
I
not going to
understand that.
vote
Okay,
because of that,
I understand
they
that
really
perfectly.
shouldn't.
If that is the case, and that is the case, but I don't think we're anywhere near that point. Extending the hours of the voting box, I don't think that this is like dragging people out of bed to go. I think that's fine.
Then why would they
Mr.
not
Girl.
vote unless?
Wait, guys, let's get. He's gonna. We gotta give him a space to get in. So, Mr. Girl, what
Stardust
would
is
you like
going
to
to
say?
mute you. I would like to say that I don't think what Destiny is saying is that he's saying we should have an informed voting block. We shouldn't have people voting for blocks. We shouldn't have people voting who don't know what they're talking about. And then you said, well, so why should we cater to them? I don't think he's saying specifically the solution is to give uninformed people an easy way to vote. I think he's saying that the system will work better overall if everybody is informed enough to vote and everybody votes. I don't think he was saying you should help people who don't know what they're voting on vote.
But I never see that that's, well, actually, I maybe that's just sampling bias.
Well, don't ask him to represent a view he didn't just express. He's clearly not saying I don't want people who don't know what they're voting on to vote. He's saying,
Okay.
I want everybody to know what they're voting on. I want everybody to vote.
Mr. Girl, I don't know if this is like the Mr. Girl gets very testy off from the bat arc because you roll over in certain debates and now you're changing that. But I'm not asking Destiny to support a position he doesn't. I'm saying that Destiny, in applying the mandatory voting, is going to have a lot of people who are no more informed than they were before and are not more willing to vote than they were before
You're interpreting mandatory voting in the most possibly uncharitable way, where you're saying
it's just true.
Mandatory. Well, no, it's not just true because you could also have mandatory civic education or
that's not what we were talking about, Mr. Girl. We were just talking about voting, and if you required everybody right now to vote, and all the people who currently don't vote did, it would happen to show exactly what I just said. I don't think I'm being dishonest here.
Maybe they're doing like a greater effort to like inform voters.
Yeah. That is the first thing he said. Literally the first thing he said is that everybody who votes should be informed enough to vote. The public should know what they're voting on, and everybody should vote.
Yes, and him just saying that is not going to make that happen if you make everybody vote, right? So if that's I think, hold on.
What was ideal?
Yes, and if Destiny said, I think before we had mandatory voting, everybody should exhibit a kind of political fluency, that would be a good thing. I'd agree with. I think people should.
Okay, so you thought when he said everybody should be informed about voting, you thought he might mean that they should be informed about what they're voting on after they vote. You needed him to specify that they should be informed about it
that's
before
not
they
what
vote.
I was saying. You know that's
So what the fuck are you talking? I just feel like it would be more productive for you to say something like.
Requiring some form of like political literacy, like sort of like a basic, tenant questions like, hey, what is this person's position on this or whatever, if they're going to be voting for somebody, so that it shows that they've actually put in some effort to be informed on the subjects.
Yeah, this is like what I talk about with immigration, where I'm against birthright citizenship. I mean, if we're requiring that immigrants in this country are going to have to pass like an exam to get into it, I think that should at least be required for anybody who's born in the country before they have their citizenship. And I think we'd alleviate a few problems. I agree with the principle of having like a test. The difficult thing is that you have to make it accessible to everybody. So I'll kind of come halfway, which is that maybe there's issues with the accessibility of political fluency. But if we make that widespread, I think that should happen way before mandatory voting. And I would argue mandatory voting doesn't even need to happen if we make, the people who want to be political fluent.
But that's bullshit. If you live in the country and you're impacted by the policies of the country, how the fuck are you not allowed to vote for the country? It's not like the country is.
Well, because you don't think that's a priority.
It doesn't matter. The country is not going to enact policies that only affect people that pass the test. It's going to enact policies that affect every single person in society. The idea that you don't get a say in that because you don't get past the test or something, I don't know. I think that's fundamentally, I don't think that works. You're setting yourself up for a violent revolution that you would have nobody to blame but yourself. Why are all these people so mad that I took the right of them to vote away from? Now they're coming and rising up against me because the 20% of the population that could vote decided to get rid of fucking welfare and just get rid of taxation. I don't understand what's going on. That's how society works.
Well, I think it's a little silly to think that there's going to be a revolution because all the people who it's like we give them a heads up. Hey, before you can vote in this next election, you have to show a kind of political fluency. You have to have an understanding of the democratic process. And then they don't take the test, understanding the consequence. And when they can't vote, they have a violent revolution. It's like,
why would they not go through the process of securing the right to vote? Well, maybe it's because they don't see that that's a very important right. They don't think it's their duty or their obligation because they're not civic-minded.
Yeah, but you see there's a inherent power abuse there, where the people who write the test get to define what being educated is or what reality is.
And that's why I had the caveat.
It could be extremely like broad and like something agreed upon by like all political parties, even if it's like.
So all political. Everybody gets to vote on what the test is.
Like, I can already see, like, every single 2 years, the next huge debate would be over what questions go on the test. It would probably be the most important issue on the ballot every year is what test you need to take to vote on the ballot. That would be the new battleground.
Just as simple as a basic civics test that we already kind of give.
Like in high school, you take civics.
Yeah, but like even basic civics, like if you were to ask the average person, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think if you were to ask the average American how many senators the United States has, I think less than 60% of people would get that answer.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And that's the problem. And that's the problem. Why do you want those people to vote?
Well, I mean, but that's like it's our problem. That's
yes, no, I agree. But the response to the problem is not making everybody vote. It's making sure that the people who have explained or have prioritized political fluency and actually have the civic-minded, disposition are the ones voting.
But then the problem is we should be fixing those problems. The idea isn't to like just basically disenfranchise 80% of the American public, because especially if you're making high school civics, you're probably getting rid of like 80% of the vote pool, if not.
Yeah.
Depending on what we're talking
Everybody
about.
was asking me like the senators and stuff.
Yeah, so now we've I don't even know. I think technically don't we have 101 senators? Doesn't DC have like
Oh yeah, DC has one.
Yeah, so like I don't even know if I would get all the questions, but I consider myself relatively
It's
important.
not that DC has one; it's that the VP is the tiebreaker.
Well, no, the VP counts as but I think the DC actually has a non-voting Senate, which is
Oh yeah,
But I'm just saying. Oh no, wait, it might be a House delegate, not a senator.
Well, but I think also Costa Rica has non-voting.
Yeah,
They might.
maybe Guam, but I'm not
Sure, like I'm just saying that like the goal shouldn't be like, okay, these people don't understand the process, now they can't vote. The goal should be we need to make them understand the process, because once you cut voting off to like a certain percentage of people, why would you ever want to inform anybody else? My vote would be worth like 30 times as much if I axed out that many people. I don't want to people.
I mean, we already have groundswell efforts to like get people registered for voting. You would imagine that those same people would also try to be going out there to try to, hey, these are the basic civics facts that you need to know if you're gonna vote. So make sure you know these. Here's a quiz thing. I have a feeling there would be like a lot of effort to like get people out and doing that. And I would imagine that like I don't know. I would say that like very small barrier to entry would probably make people like give a shit a little bit more about their vote than like maybe say people who only vote for the president.
By the way, I meant Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
The corruption that would happen there would be. I think in one sense, so we all agree everybody should know about civics and then everybody should vote. The question is, do we err on the side of people who are less educated voting about stuff they don't understand, or do we err on the side of preventing people who do know what they're talking about and are educated enough to vote, but we're not allowing them to vote because they didn't pass the test that we decided? And I think the American thing to do, the democratic thing to do, clearly, is to err on the side of allowing people to vote even if they don't know what they're talking about, and approach this as an educational problem rather than like we need to restrict people from voting.
Why do you frame it with like the American thing to do? Like, what do you think makes that an American thing to do? Other than appealing to right wing, because I think you're trying to appeal to me by saying this is the American thing to do because I really like America. You actually mean I really like America.
Isn't that one of the foundational mottos, like no taxation?
Yeah, but even once there was representation, it was
We're taking people's money. Yeah, so if we're taking people's money, we can't tell them that they can't vote.
Okay, but you were taking men's money, which is why at the beginning of the country, the most American it was, arguably.
Arguably, but also arguably that's not. So I don't agree.
Okay, well, no,
I don't agree with you. You're not going to convince me with the most American time when we had.
That's fine. I just need to remind you that the vast majority of American history, voting was a lot more restricted. So you saying that franchising like everybody is an American thing is not something I necessarily buy into.
Well, I know you don't buy into my vision of America. but
Okay, so
but you were fluent enough in the progressive dialect to understand what I meant by that, right? Like I can explain it.
Okay, well,
Let me explain to you what when a progressive says to America, referring to America in the positive sense, we're talking about things like equality, democracy, everybody having a voice, giving power to the powerless, stuff like that.
And I'm spinning it, asking why you say that's American, and then I'm using the historical inconsistencies to explain that I don't believe it is. And then it's not just a difference of rhetoric, it's a difference of an understanding of what America was meant to be. And that's our disagreement.
Yes, exactly. But you know what I think America was meant to be, and I know what you think America was meant to be. You know the difference between the two things. I want America to be the thing that I want it to have meant to be. Like, we know what America was, and I don't like what America was.
Okay.
I don't even like what America was 50 years ago. I don't even like what America is now, but I like what I believe it is supposed to be. And clearly, you know what I'm fucking talking about. It's fine if you don't agree with me, but like, don't pretend you don't know what I mean.
Okay, well now you're flipping, what I've been saying to you back on its head, but really, you have to admit that my idea of America, which is what you just said, is different than you saying the American thing. I mean, sure, you could say I was inserting the progressive rhetoric into it, but I do think you diverged from your original point.
Yeah, when I say the American thing to do, I'm talking about like Superman version. Okay, you know, I'm not talking about Superman, the slavery version.
Such a busy world. I just got last username in here. Thank you, last username, for jumping in. He is now the replacement and Gab. So I just sent you the question. Feel free to weigh in if you'd like.
Yeah, should I do like my intro kind of thing?
Sure.
Democracy. Okay. Democracy, I think the realistic, no, well, the realistic way to think about democracy is like a non-bloody revolution that happens on a regular scale. That's
Fine, non-bloody. Sorry.
the unrealistic way to think of it is like a decision-making mechanism or a way of representing the will of the people or a way of making government sort of more morally legitimate. I just don't think, I think there's a lot, I think that kind of talk with psychology, to see democracy that way, to look at it closely, that just doesn't describe what really happens with democracy very well. As far as like a better way to do a revolution, it does that, it created that, fills that purpose quite well and increases the quality of government, but it's overrated. As for mandatory voting, I don't see how that's going to improve anything. You are going to, by forcing everyone to vote, you're just going to be, well, one big effect is you're going to be forcing people to vote. The average sort of informedness and intelligence is going to be, of the average voter, is going to go down because presumably people self-select for how competent they are at decision making when they choose whether or not to vote. And if they don't have that choice, the net sort of competence is going to go down. It's easy enough to say, well, let's just improve. Let's just make everyone smart and informed and everything. But that's a big, big problem. There's a really fundamental reason that people are uninformed about politics. And I don't think you can just sort of wave that away easily.
What would you say is the primary reason that people aren't informed on politics?
Because they don't have any good incentive to be informed. And politicians craft their narratives in a way so that you don't need to know anything to actually believe in them and to support them, right? They sell like political, the reasons to vote for a politician are a kind of product that's manufactured, and a product that you have to do lots of research to understand and to believe in is not a good product. One that you can just believe in just by memorizing a few slogans and you can understand it really easily, and then you can feel really good for believing in it and brag to your friends about believing in it. That's a much more appealing product, so that's the kind of product that politicians come up with.
Not to mention a product that will get you alienated from certain social groups if you don't embrace said product, and also a product
and enamored with other. So
the only product that's blatantly sort of allowed to lie about what it's actually offering. Yeah.
I mean, part of the product is having like others who can be the bad guys, right?
if I can kind of rope it back, this is something actually brought up by a very intelligent paper chat. Stuff that's true. Destiny, you were mentioning, and Mr. Girl, you too, the issues with like having a question or like a quiz for people who could vote, but you're relying on the education system for telling people, you know, what is truly politically correct or for inspiring their political fluency, when I think, you know, that is going to open up the debate with like every single Republican ever. You already know what they feel about this.
This is defeated instantaneously. The idea that education only happens in school is a liberal delusion, actually. I don't know why a conservative would say. But the reality is that we're educated from in the womb, depending on the music. A mom might play with headphones up to her stomach, or when we're born, the only interaction we have with our parents. Extended family system. You get educated all throughout your life in tons of different. I grew up in hardcore conservative stuff because in the Catholic school I went to. My parents were one was a Cuban immigrant, and they were both Air Force retired veterans. Like, this is why I grew up a hardcore conservative. Like, education doesn't have to just happen in the school. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, but if we're talking about like inspiring people to be politically fluent enough to vote, I mean, I guess you could make the argument that, well, we want it to happen more everywhere, but in line with what we were arguing, it kind of made more sense for the suggestion to be that, well, maybe we teach politics more in like public school or whatnot. I guess I'm not really finding that to be a sufficient answer for making the public more politically knowledgeable.
Well, are you saying that schools are too left-leaning?
I think whether or not I made that argument, you would run into so much friction.
Did you make that argument?
I didn't, no, but I'd be sympathetic to that argument. More so higher education than like a regular public school. But then again, I live in Utah, so.
I think that's true. I think schools are too left-leaning.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Be ready. Just a harmless flower. Wait until my seeds take root. Venture off the beaten path. Just wait. Such a busy world. An ally has been slain.
Hallo?
Promising garden. Pierce. Take careful steps. Just a harmless flower. An ally has been slain. Wait until slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy ally has been slain.
Hallo?
Hallo?
Jetzt hörst du mich.
Ja.
Alter, Baus ruiniert echt, lol. Diese Science, die keinerlei 180 Farm in 35 Minuten. Ei. Er kauft Hullbreaker und will Teamfighten. Und schafft es nicht einmal, die Leute wegzuziehen. Es ist so traurig.
Ob ich deine Aggression schon wieder gutheißen kann, Janus?
Macht's MMO, Philipp? Spaßbisslige Monster zu fighten?
Ja, hauptsächlich gegen Spieler, aber.
Ja, ja.
Aber ja, macht Spaß. Bin seitdem viel ruhiger, alles ist gut.
Naja, jedes Mal, wenn du LOL spielst, bist du nicht ruhiger.
Ja. Nee. Rede ich gar nicht mehr.
Okay.
I think
And
schools
so
tend to
you wouldn't
support
you wouldn't want to rely on them to teach kids about political fluency if that's your argument for more people voting, right? Is that political
I wouldn't
fluency?
want to rely solely on school. No, I think schools should be less left leaning. Yeah, I wouldn't want to rely on schools solely. Yeah, so
And
I
we-
don't know. I don't know if the solution is to introduce more diversity of opinion or thought into schools, or if there's another way that people need to learn about politics. Because like progressives are just more likely to become teachers, I think, and work in schools. So I don't know that. I don't know. I don't know how you fix that.
I guess
Schools
then
are not exactly in the business of teaching people things that they need to know to live their lives, right? Whether it be politics.
Well, yeah, but
or
yeah, but also who decides
Politics.
what that is?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that's. You may have noticed that schools tend to not do. There's lots of obvious things that school could teach you about that would help you live your life better, like dealing with your finances and so on. But they don't teach that. So if we're talking about schools should teach this, it's better to ask, well, why aren't they teaching that already? Why aren't they teaching all these other obvious things that it would be great if people knew, right?
The answer is boring, but the answer is almost tautological because it's not in the curriculum. I guess
Also,
the
am I the
interesting
only
question is
one that
why
like
isn't it?
was-
Why isn't it in the curriculum? But yeah, I mean, we teach what we need to get degrees. Like we basically just teach in school for degrees. That's what we're really teaching for, right? It's not for life skills. It's to go to college.
Well, why isn't the degree in useful stuff?
Because you don't need it to be successful in life, generally, right?
But you do. You do need to know how to do your finances and how to pull it.
A lot of people get by without knowing fuck all about anything. How many fucking conservatives have I argued about that don't even know how to file their fucking taxes, right? Like you can find a service
but that's
for
my
anything,
point.
right? Yeah, I know, but no, that's my point. My point is that like I can talk to a ton of people who are in their 20s and 30s who probably don't really know, who if they didn't have like TurboTax couldn't fill out like a 1040 easy. They wouldn't be able to do it on their own. But it's not because they're stupid. It's just because life changes, right? Like this is a common thing that you'll hear from like older conservative guys might say like, "You fucking kids today, you couldn't unclog a toilet, you couldn't change a light bulb, you couldn't do any of that shit." It's like a lot of them are like, "Yeah, I couldn't. I pay someone to do that, Dad. Like fucking, I work on a computer all day and I make 60, 80, 70,000, whatever a year, or 100,000 plus a year, depending on where you live doing that." Like the skills that we're expected to know to thrive in life are just so much different than some of the foundational skills that I guess people learned a long time ago. I agree with you. I sound like a little detached. I think it'd be cool if everybody knew how to do taxes and shit. It would make it so people voted more intelligently on it instead of getting hoodwinked by Republicans talking about fucking deficit cuts and tax cuts for billionaires over and over again, like they always do. But the reality is that you can just not know any of that shit and still do like pretty well in life. Look how many people are listening to the stream right now who like couldn't cook a meal if their life depended on it, or like do their laundry, or God forbid,
why you
like,
gotta
iron
lift.
a shirt.
That's why you gotta lift. That'll teach you all the things.
Well, my point is that there are things that school does try to teach you that are much less useful than the obvious things that it doesn't teach you.
Sure.
Like learning about history.
I realized like it was this culture shock of, wait a minute, there's really stupid people in college. I thought this was like only for smart people. Like it was such a wake up call for me. But the one thing that I hate is like they're forcing me
to take classes I really don't want to take. And to be fair, like I've really enjoyed exploring anthropology. I'm in a primates class right now. I love it. Like I am enjoying college a lot when it's classes I want to take, but I don't want to take these fine arts credits. I definitely don't want to take a required diversity credit, and they're forcing me to pay money, luckily that I have in scholarships, to stay in the college and to get those classes out of the way. And I think that's stupid. So I'll go 50-50.
Yeah, but like you're like part of the problem. You're part of the conservative problem.
What's that?
The conservatives for like 100 years have been like art is gay. And then
No,
like
I don't
100
think art
years
is gay.
later,
I don't think
and
art
then
is gay
100
at
years
all.
later, we look at like Hollywood, we look at all of music, we look at all of entertainment, and it's like, damn, how the fuck is this all fucking liberals? How are all these fucking left-leaning people in art? Yeah, no fucking shit, because conservatives constantly tell their kids, just go to school and make sure that you do good in science, technology, engineering, and math. It's like, oh, crazy that now the fucking liberals won the culture war because
again,
none of the
it's like-
conservatives are fucking culture.
I think the more pressing complaint is generally like the cost incentive and how college is kind of touted as this thing that you need to have if you're going to have like a decent high paying job. I think that's like the main problem that people generally have with this.
I'm going to divert the conversation. The money argument is less entertaining than the discussion about like the conservative view of art, because I think Destiny's kind of right. Like the conservatives. I mean, the problem is like when conservatives make movies a lot of the time, other than like Mel Gibson, they make a movie where it's like, this is the good guy, and the good guy is like the good guy, and there's no complexity to it. And then that's why you have like all these right wingers who love the Kino movies and Scorsese and all these like classic films, which aren't really right wing, but they take a message out of it. And I get that all the time. Like, did you know American Psycho was written by a woman? Isn't it? It's like a criticism of yuppie culture and its toxic masculinity. I'm like, what happened to art as subjective? Okay. So I actually kind of agree with Destiny, but for some reason, right-wingers, at least, or conservatives, seem to suck at like making movies. I don't know what it is, whether they can't develop like a complex thought, of course with notable exceptions, but yeah, I think you're kind of right about that. But I really appreciate art. I just don't want to take a class that teaches me about, I don't know, architecture or something. I want to learn about monkeys, and I want to learn about genes, and I want to learn about interesting stuff to me, and not, feminist theory.
There's like classical art that tends to be like the old art, and it's the new art that's some kind of problem.
And Roger Scruton, articulated this well, like when he talked about how beauty is intrinsic, and it is, there is a certain metric of beauty that is objective, and that's kind of the conservative stance on it, and I tend to agree with that.
Yeah.
Should we move on to
We
the
got
second?
sidetracked away from democracy really hard. Holy shit.
It was interesting.
Complicated, man.
You just reminded me. I'm talking a lot, but I have another question for Mr. Girl and Destiny.
It's going to be another beautiful day
for
in
who?
Summoner's Rift.
Mr. Girl and Destiny. Either of you guys can respond because you both probably have thoughts on it. I think the problem is that you keep putting the pressure and the obligation on the rest of society who is already civic-minded enough to want to vote, and then I don't think you guys are thinking about the fact that maybe some people just are not wired that way. The same way I'm not wired to really like to take fine arts classes and enjoy other stuff, some people just are not wired to be civic-minded and to care about voting, but you insist on making them, smart enough to vote. Like,
Okay,
or
go, Mr. Rogo.
I was gonna say the problem with that is again, you're defining who is wired that way, and it's very preferential, I guess, to say, well, certain groups of people.
He didn't say anything about groups.
Certain groups of people of certain colors who like to eat certain foods.
Oh, come on.
Are
That's literally not what I was saying.
Well, okay.
Mr. Girl,
To
don't
say
you
some
think that there are some people who just don't care much about politics?
In
Yes,
any
but the problem is-
race or group.
Not a race.
Sure, but the problem is that when you I wasn't trying to say you're saying that a certain group of people. I'm trying to say that it can be easily. I'm trying to show you how this train of thought can easily become corrupted into. If you're the definer of who is ultimately just not cut out to be a voter, or a reader, or a thinker, or a doctor, then that quickly can turn into an abuse of power. And so it's better to just assume anybody can become educated enough or intelligent enough to vote, and our goal should be to bring these people up, not to say, well, they're a lost cause, and conveniently for me, they're not going to vote for the same thing I was going to vote for anyway, so perfect.
So the proposal on the table is like restrictions on who can vote based on some sort of test, because I'm not in favor of that.
I think that is
restrict
that,
themselves,
that's,
right?
that is
Like what
Well, yeah,
if it's
just
not
let 'em
me? What if
restrict
it's not
themselves.
me saying that they're wired that way? What if they've made that decision by what they value? Like what if they've
Well,
made
there's certain things that certain people can consent to, and being an uninformed, disenfranchised voter is one of those things. I think what Destiny was saying earlier is that it's not, we shouldn't give up on people, even if they want us to. You know, if they're saying like I don't care about society, I'm not part of it, I don't want to vote. What he's saying is that you do care, you are part of it. Just because you've been convinced or hurt so much that you want to withdraw, you can't actually. You're still bought in, you're still paying taxes, and we need you.
Like the comparison that I would make is if anybody's played like Eve online, God forbid, or Rust, God forbid, also another fucking game.
playing League? I'm playing Rust right now.
Not League. Like if we're talking like Eve or we're talking Rust with large teams, right? One of the like as crazy as it sounds, like one of the most important things in it's probably true of WoW as well or Final Fantasy 14. I don't play MMOs, but you know what? I've never played them, but I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna say I know it's true for these games, even though I've never played them before. Okay, one of the most important things that you have as a team leader or as anybody else in the game is keeping everybody else interested in the game. Because all of you are kind of like there together.
What?
All of you are going to either sink or swim together. You're either going to clear the raids or not. You're either going to blow up enemy base or not. You're either going to have your corp thrive in Eve or not. And the motivation to get everybody together, to be excited, to be participating, like falls on every single member. Just the leader, the raid leader, the corp leader, the alliance leader, whatever, just one person can't do it. Every single person there has to be bought into that idea, and they all have to be there to do it. The only difference is you can't log out of living in the United States of America. When you're here, you're here. And we all kind of have a responsibility to make sure that everybody is somewhat incentivized into getting shit done. You can't just drop them. Be like, oh, fuck you, don't vote, like whatever. Like
The fact that
like,
you
it's
can't
kind of
just log out, that's why I don't like this idea that
No, you
sort
can
of
log out.
advocate.
You go find a sink, fill it up with water, put your head underneath long enough, and you'll be out of the United States if you really want to. Okay, get that ANCAP shit out of here.
You go to Brazil.
Listen,
You go to Brazil.
Everybody is here on the ground. You're participating in society whether you like it or not. Okay, you have to be here. You've got to do shit. We should all be roped into getting everybody.
Well, but you don't.
Involved with
Why
it.
should you? I
Isn't
don't.
that
Why
enough
should
of
you
an
have to
incentive?
vote?
That's the incentive.
But that's not for everybody because you can live here.
Why
without
not?
voting.
Like that's
Because
the largest incentive you could give somebody, and they still won't vote. So maybe they just don't care.
Because you can
people
go
just
your whole
don't
life
care
without
about
voting, and it doesn't matter, right? You might
But
not
then not caring is all of our problem.
I think.
But ultimately, what you're talking about is forcing
one thing
them.
I really
Like, you
don't-
can try to make people care. I have no objection to you
No, I'm
trying to
not
do
talking
that.
about
I have an
yeah,
objection to
I
saying
that's-
vote
well, that's-
or you go to jail or something, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's-
I don't think we should put people in jail for not voting. I think.
I mean, that's what
I think
mandatory voting means.
What about death
Well, it could
penalty?
also just
what
be a
I'm
fine.
what I'm trying to say is that I think I don't like the hyper partisan interpretations of various problems of like Black Lives Matter. Well, so one side says that the police are all cops are bastards, and one side says no, it's that these people are just committing crimes and trying to kill blah blah blah. No, it's not. I'm not saying it's in the middle. I'm saying that if you back out and you just look at the whole system, or what like the whole interaction as the problem, it's the dynamic that's the problem. And so if you're saying like, no, what if these people just don't blah blah blah, or we're saying, oh, what like no, just gerrymandering, making them, it's making it too hard, or these voting restrictions are making it too hard from the vote, and so you're the bad guys. Like maybe it's just that a symptom of something wrong in society when there's a large number of people who don't vote, don't want to vote, and don't know enough to vote.
Okay.
And
Sure. Let's talk
blaming-
about the dynamic then. How is the dynamic going to improve if people are forced to vote? Ethics aside, let's just. What do you think? How's it going to improve anything?
Was,
I
Philipp?
don't think forcing people
Wie ist eigentlich deine Arbeit?
will improve anything. I can imagine a
Wie ist die
situation where,
Arbeit?
with a lot of other improvements to other
gut,
things,
dann leise, wenn
forcing
meine
people
Musik
to
ist,
vote,
aber
not
ich
with,
glaub,
not
nicht
with the
leise.
penalty of going to jail, though. I think that's insane. But where mandating people to vote, or maybe paying people to vote, or getting
Wahrscheinlich bin ich leise.
something like that.
That's ein bisschen lauter.
I can imagine a situation where
That
people
a
are
lot of other
strongly
things is
encouraged.
doing a lot of work here, right? Like what other things? This is a really, really fundamental
Ich muss
problem.
sie groß
It's
machen,
a
deswegen.
ton of work to actually learn enough to vote, to be an informed voter, right? There's tons of shit you have to know. Getting people to do that, I mean, how would you do that? That's not a simple problem.
I'm not saying it is a simple problem. I'm just saying I could see one component of the solution. I just don't think it's fair to take like, yes, obviously lots. If you just did it now, then that I see the problems you have with it. I'm just saying that I think
I
that
don't think
it could be a part of.
I don't think it is that complicated. I think that people vote like if you look at like an average Trump voter, right? Like people aren't voting for Trump because of his fucking policies. People vote for Trump because they hear the guy talk, they trust him, and they think that he'll do the right thing. That's why people vote for Trump. And I think, as much as I hate that personally,
Wie
and
leise
as
bin
a-
ich, Philipp? Wie
as
leise
an
bin ich?
intellectual, I think that's enough to vote. If you think that there's
Lauter bist du.
Ja. Dann hat mein TS wieder fucked. Ja, das passiert
Jetzt
manchmal.
geht's ja langsam, aber. Bisschen leiser, jetzt bin ich noch ein bisschen leiser als sonst, aber das ist nicht arg schlimm.
Was?
Da geht es in Ordnung.
Nee, nicht du.
Entschuldigung.
Philipp brauchst nicht gleich rumschreien.
Entschuldigung, ich sag nichts mehr.
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage. We'll be right back with more pain and death after these messages.
Anti-Heal einfach.
Expect sporadic ganks. I'm gonna need a new umbrella. I'm on location and it's not skirt weather. Five-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and bloodshed.
An ally has been slain.
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Conditions for a gorgeous lake. Wait, are we rolling? Bundle up.
An enemy has been slain.
Stay indoors today. And back to you, shopkeep. Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
An ally has been slain.
Wait, are we rolling? It's gusty. Let's take a look at the mini-map. I get the
Your
worst
team has
assignments.
destroyed a turret. A summoner has reconnected. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
Turret plating will fall soon.
What a scoop! Hold front. We'll be right back after a word from our summoning platform. Mic check. Am I coming in? High risk of severe thunderstorm. I'm gonna need a new umbrella. expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today. Stay indoors today.
An ally has been slain.
Skriptet die. Holy shit.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Let my winds and the teleprompter guide you. I'm on location and it's not skirt weather. We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
Unstoppable.
What a scoop! Focus. We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous
Your turret has been destroyed. Double kill.
Was kaufe ich denn?
Trust me, I'm a weather
Skriptet nicht mal. What the fuck? Ich.
Mic check. Am I coming in?
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. A summoner has destroyed a turret. You have never fought.
Mistimed. Die haben gerade Wayne Karma gespielt. Wayne Botlane Karma Mitte. Holy shit. Well played.
Hallo?
Hallo?
Hallo? Du machst jetzt auch hier was.
Was? Nö. Mhm.
Ah, muss ich mir sowas gefallen lassen vom Mann?
User joined your channel.
Dann.
Hallo.
Hallo.
Der war fertig ohne Grund.
Ich brauche jetzt mal einen Hinweis. Ich habe mir heute Wraps gemacht, aber ich hatte keine Soße mehr. Die war alle abgelaufen. Was nehme ich jetzt als Soße? Ketchup geht gerade so, aber ist zweifelhaft.
Benutzt fast immer Ketchup. Wenn ich keine Soße habe.
Nimm doch mal
Aber-
ein bisschen Ketchup, Senf.
Ganz ohne ist richtig übel.
Dann hast du Joghurt oder so noch ein bisschen.
Nee.
Was Mayo? Was hast du denn da?
Nix!
Ketchup und Senf hast du bestimmt da.
Ja,
Nichts
Ketchup
da,
und Senf,
dann bleibt
richtig.
dir nichts anderes übrig wie Ketchup. Sriracha-Soße.
Nee. Ich habe eher an sowas gedacht, so misch dir Honig und Mehl und dann hast du die geilste Barbecue-Soße der Welt.
Ja, genau. So funktioniert das.
Ja.
Toxisch. Dann hole ich mir jetzt was zu essen, weil ich kann euch alle nicht leiden.
Matze,
Was?
mir ist das letzte aufgefallen, hast du es mittlerweile allen erzählt, dass du nicht mehr. Ja?
Warum soll ich das den Leuten erzählen?
Weil du mir gesagt hast, du sollst es niemand sagen, weil du es allen erzählen möchtest.
Ja, wenn man sich persönlich sieht, aber mich kommt ja niemand besuchen.
Geht dann ständig keine Fragen.
Was für Fragen willst du stellen?
Ich weiß nicht mal, ob die Ja gesagt hat.
Nee, Philipp. Deswegen wohnt sie noch bei mir.
Ich weiß nicht, vielleicht seid ihr aus dem Guten auseinandergegangen und wohnt jetzt so zusammen. Das weiß ja keiner.
Du bist schon so ein richtiges Opfer.
Das will ich ein Opfer genannt.
Würde ich nie machen.
Ja, wann heiratet ihr dann? Dieses Jahr noch.
Nein, bist du behindert?
Ja, komm, es ist ein langes Jahr. Das ist ja schon am Anfang.
Nee, wahrscheinlich auch nächstes Jahr keine Termine kriegen. Also wahrscheinlich erst übernächstes.
Juli heiraten dich die meisten, glaube ich. So Juli, August, September, oder? Sind das die
Das
Heiratswochen?
haben wir noch keine Gedanken gemacht. Ja, du sagst, lass was daddeln und dann bist du nicht da.
Hä? Ich weiß ja gar nicht, was jetzt mit Johannes los ist.
Er wollte sich doch seinen Rap holen. Hat er sich nicht schon fertig gemacht?
Ja, das ist die Frage, ob wir jetzt warten kurz, ob er noch was sich äußert oder.
Rufen an, ich bin zu faul.
Ruf ihn an.
Du sollst ihn anrufen.
Genau, 2 Minuten warten, ist er wieder da.
Das sagst du.
Ist doch eh nicht in der Küche. Ist doch am PC, oder?
Weiß ich nicht. Johannes hat schon angenommen, Philipp. Du bist einfach nur das letzte Opfer.
Der dauert.
Ja. Was hast du jetzt geholt?
Senf und Ketchup, aber ich muss sagen, das ist besser als nur Ketchup.
Ja, Senf und Ketchup ist the goat auch auf Burgern.
Hat keiner von euch auf meinen Status reagiert? Ich erwarte mehr von euch.
Auf deine Wallbox.
Mhm.
Oder die schreiben, dass ein echter Schwabe das auf der Arbeit geladen hätte.
Nein, ich muss ja Wallbox testen, ob sie funktioniert. Es war ja nur ein Leihauto.
Ach so, ich dachte, das war. Ja, das wollte ich nämlich schreiben eigentlich, ob dein Tesla da ist.
Aber das haben voll viele geschrieben.
Ja, weil das hat mich
War da
eigentlich
etwas.
gewundert, dass es so schnell ging.
Ja, war nicht cool.
So, Philipp, was ist jetzt deine Ausrede?
Will da das essen oder das spielen?
Der ist schon in der Lobby. Wir warten
Ja. Merkst du, Philipp ist halt ultra aggressiv. Ich weiß nicht warum.
Heute, der ist immer voll aggressiv und voll böse. Der schreibt mich an mit dicker Hobbit.
Dicker Hobo.
Noch schlimmer.
Was? War rassistisch oder was?
Ja, der ist fast wie Aiden Ross. Johannes, Mama, bin ich ganz froh, dass wir kein so Internet hatten, wie es es heute gibt.
Ohne Scheiß.
Junger Vater, Alter, ich wäre schon 1000-mal gecancelt, ohne berühmt zu sein.
Ja, könnte tatsächlich passieren.
Wollt ihr Normal spielen oder wollt ihr den Ranked spielen?
Oh, mir egal.
Keine politische Meinung ohne Social Media.
Ja, aber edgy Jokes?
Nee.
Politische Meinung. Philipp, Alter, das ist ein Aram-Account. Du hast nur Arams. Guck mal in deine Match History.
Ich spiele ja auch nicht mehr, Leute.
Was?
Guck mal in deine Match History. Du hast nur Arams bis auf 2 Games.
Ja, der hat noch kein Spiel diese Season gemacht auf dem Account, glaube ich.
Mich soll jetzt ja keiner auf dem spielen. Ich werde wahrscheinlich nicht mehr so gespielt.
Du hast nur ein normales Game, du hast nur Aram. Alter, ist es Philipp oder ist es irgendwie das ist jemand anderes hier?
Er spielt kein LOL mehr.
Alter, Philipp, ey. Meine Reaktionszeit ist heute nicht so gut, das flammt mich nicht.
Schon vorher.
Ich muss das vorankündigen, sonst werde ich wieder angeschrien wie letztes Mal von Philipp.
War ich zuletzt noch angeschrieben?
Öfters.
Philipp, du wirst schon wieder laut, ne?
Ja, letztes Mal, wenn ich irgendwen angeschrieben habe, war als du euch wieder angegeift hat von
Was?
neuem.
Das war doch nicht angegeift. Ich habe überhaupt nicht rumgeholfen.
Es geht doch egal, ich spiele, wie ich will.
Ich habe überhaupt gar nichts dazu gesagt. Philipp, ich glaube, du bist ein kleines Mädel geworden, kann das sein?
Immer bist du missverstanden, immer gehst du rein, das ist mir doch egal, wenn ich hinten will.
Das habe ich gar nicht gesagt.
Doch!
Nein.
Klar!
Ich habe gesagt, wenn du die 20er-Bombe kriegen willst, dann musst du reingehen. Das ist, was ich gesagt habe. Ich kann ja nichts dafür, dass der Master auf Ausreden wieder irgendeine Ausrede hatte, warum Sniper OP ist. Ja, deswegen spielt's keiner.
Also ich
Wer?
werde oft genug vom Sniper in den Arsch geschossen.
Ja, das sind irgendwelche Kacknoobs.
Das ist keine Spieler oder was?
Das sind halt so Hardstock-Leute, die Low-Elo-Leute spielen Sniper.
Scheiße, weißt du, was ich jetzt vergessen habe?
Corona-Test.
Aus der Wäsche zu holen.
Ja, die werden jetzt gut riechen.
Ja, ist noch nicht so lange, aber ich weiß nicht mal, ob bis morgen drauf liegt.
Habt ihr eine Waschmaschine in eurer Wohnung gehabt oder ist die im Keller?
Ist im Wohnung. Ja, wir haben einen Keller.
Darfst du die auch verwenden oder ist das nur.
Die ist ja angeschlossen. Ich habe sogar 3 Waschmaschinen.
Du hast doch einen im Keller.
Im Keller oder was? Sammelt ihr die oder?
Nee, ich habe einen Kühlschrank und eine Waschmaschine im Keller, so rum.
Hey, ist der Kühlschrank verreckt?
Nee, aber ich hab mal so ein.
Ihr habt doch einen neuen gekriegt, als die den Balkon angebaut haben.
Wir haben uns mal einen neuen geholt, weil der andere so kaputt. Also es ist auch kein neuer, aber halt neuerer. Der alte steht noch unten und die Waschmaschine von meinem neuen Mitbewohner steht unten. Hier oben steht die von Matze.
Wie der halbe Haushalt wird, Matze.
Jetzt nicht mehr.
Ich hab schon gemerkt. Josh wollte mir übrigens noch Geld geben für irgendwas, was er von mir behalten hat.
Das Sofa?
Ich glaube, die Playstation oder so etwas.
Die habe ich hier stehen.
Ja, da wollte er mir irgendwie 200 Euro noch für geben oder 100 Euro, irgendwie sowas.
Bei mir hier.
Ja, dann gib du mir 100 Euro.
Also jetzt muss ich, aber ist so eine dicke Staubschicht drauf. Ich habe ihn letztens auf die Seite räumen wollen. Der Staub ist schon so fest, weißt du, der ist nicht so normaler Staub, ist schon so fest, das Staub.
Das Ding startet wahrscheinlich gar nicht.
Es ist einfach so weiße Pappe drum und verkaufst das PlayStation 5. Einfach der Move. Ich hätte eigentlich auch die Kleinanzeige bestellen für einen Zehner.
Für einen Zehner.
Ich habe das seit wie lange schon nicht mehr hier mal zu seitdem wird niemand mehr angefasst, glaube ich. Ich glaube, Josh die kurz benutzt und hat sich dann aber selber eine Xbox oder so gekauft.
Heute wieder einer in New York in der Subway rumgeballert, ha?
Echt?
Mhm.
Jetzt sind bestimmt Benzinpreise zu hoch gewesen.
Ami oder ein Ausländer.
Ausländer natürlich.
Okay, let's see what he wants. Fine. Hello. This is his OPGG. He invited me to link his OPGG. Really? I'm not doing reviews for free, guys, okay? My time is very precious. And also, there's nothing to review here. It's fucking... yes, 0.7 KDA. 0.7. You know how absurd that is. Check yours. I mean, mine is better. Mine is not 0.7. 1.13. I don't have a bad KDA. Can we do some unban requests? There are so many of them. Yeah, a lot of people are getting banned. A lot of new frogs on this Korea trip. Ha 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 ha, you fucking idiot. Ha 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 ha. Baus was talking about how he lived alone and there's someone in the house, so I said, which is Japanese for run away. Oh really? So it's apparently okay, so it is a word in Japanese, but how stupid can you be to like why did I get banned? Telling streamer to ban Sion. Dude, are there viewers who are snitching and telling dude, dude, stop sabotaging my run here. I have scouts everywhere. My scouts are all over Twitch. I catch you doing stuff like this. You're
Aber Baus hat richtig Spaß in Korea, kann das sein?
Period. I want to sniff all 9 of Ori's buttholes. Are you really gonna go around calling people cringe lords and then say you wanna? I mean, whatever. Degen Crab. This is a dedicated viewer. Buzz, what configurations are you running to have black and white mode? Why is screen always gray? It's fine. Dude, if you saw how Baus played, you would all agree. You are so
Ich bin schön, wie Baus sich schon anpasst hat an seine Viewer. Die Flame ihn so leid. Grey Mode und so. Und der unbannt sie alle.
say it out loud though. You have to say it when I see it, like whatever. She's dead. She died with W.
Ah, stimmt, heute war ne? Das ist schon der mit Ember.
New here, my name's Dan, and this is my YouTube channel. So I've got a cool little project today, and notice I said project rather than repair.
Ich glaube, die kann man nicht in den Ergebnis. Dauert wahrscheinlich noch Jahre.
Creative with the repair, so I've got some tricks up my sleeve. I'm going to do a nice custom job on this. Also, they've been repaired before, not so great, and they're in a bit of a state, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge. So without further ado, let's jump in. So once again, welcome back, guys. Hope you're all well. Hope you had a good Halloween a couple of weeks ago. So let's talk about the job. We've got these Ferragamo loafers. Now, they've been repaired already with a half leather sole. Now, they're quite a simple construction, just a cemented sole. So what I'm going to do is strip the whole lot off, replace it with full JR leather and dovetail heels. I'm also going to, if I can, add a fiddleback waist, which is part of my creation on this job. Also, the toes, if you can see, it's pretty much worse on the other one, but they're a bit tatty there. So we're going to try and sort out the scuffs on the toe. So let's get started. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do with all this lot is put some jerk-off sole stripper on, because I know this is going to be...
Was bannen wir? Oh, wir haben einen Bowser-Kommissar hier.
I've already repaired the right-hand shoe, and the previous cobbler put about 1 million layers of glue on, which is good for a repair, not so good for me having to fix it. So, sole stripper and heat.
Ist einfach Dinge, ne? Muss man nicht verstehen.
Ich möchte Zion bannen.
Echt jetzt? Ich wollte K6 bannen, Philipp. Jetzt ist Trump gecancelt worden, Mann.
Ich hab meinen eigenen Banner. Ich will immer meinen Banner genommen.
Ja, was spiele ich jetzt?
Das ist mein Problem. Was ist eine Lulu? Boah, ich hab keinen Bock gegen Lulu
Ja,
Switch zu spielen.
Ich war gerade auf den gleichen Link und wollte den gerade
Mach das.
reinschicken, Philipp.
Das ist
Und was spiele ich jetzt?
nicht Twitch.
Guck mal, dann kriegst du ihn nicht kriegen.
300 IQ. Weißt du, man, das ist schon so ein richtiges Slow-Opfer-Gamer, der Lulu spielt, aber er bannt auch noch Yumi. Er ist zu dumm, gegen sich selber zu spielen. So. Das sind einfach Leute, ne?
Naja, Lulu ist schon anspruchsvoller, ne, Philipp?
Aber wenn du so mentally komplett handicapped bist, einfach. So was. Boah, haben wir überhaupt Killpusher?
Nee, ich spiel Janna. Brauch noch ein S Plus auf Janna, dass ich meinen 7er krieg.
Also gehe ich nicht rot. Body.
Wird's nett.
Yellow.
Ja.
Yellow.
Ja, mehr Engage. Ja.
Voll das Kacker-Team für mich.
Ja.
Pimmeln mich alle an.
Ja, du schreist jetzt wieder 10 Minuten rum und dann merkst, dass du einen Support hast und dann tötest du alle.
Ja, die pimmeln mich alle an. Exoskin.
Solltest ja.
Well, I can do this.
Wir haben halt einfach, ne? Losing Mid, Losing Jungle, Losing Top und Losing Bot.
Das wir brauchen ein Wunder.
Jungle ist noch am knappesten, oder? Ah, ne, Mitte. Mitte müsste eigentlich Winning sein.
Nee. Ja, der absolute Cryo.
Das heißt, die hocken gleich wieder in meinem Jungle und fucken mich ab.
Das Einzige, ob der Delay spielen kann, das glaube ich sein. Das geht sogar gegen Checks.
Really?
Ja, du kannst, weil wenn der dich anspringt, kannst du ja kannst du rauslaufen, wenn du Chase hast, der Zeit zum Q. Das geht, glaube ich. Das ist auch nicht, sag nicht, dass es gut ist, aber...
Ja, eigentlich müsste es dann Topside anfangen, oder?
Eigentlich ist egal, wo du denkst.
Ja, wen soll ich ganken?
Boah.
Top und Mitte sind schwache Ganks.
Ich glaube, du willst Lead dodgen, deswegen würde ich vielleicht oben anfangen. Aber nicht wirklich, einfach nur, dass du Lead dodge. Ich hab den Mausbug.
Ich stehe außerhalb vom Busch.
War Flash Top Lane. Ich vom Bot Lane an.
Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
Minions have spawned.
Bobo.
Er hat keinen Flash, by the way.
Und der muss TP, also das ist der Top-Gang wahrscheinlich sogar gut. Wir haben ja nochmal Lady der Rocket plus Gift drauf, das heißt, der kam.
Ich glaube, der kam durch, der TP.
Nee.
Ich habe jetzt halt.
Was ist das gerade für ein Movement? Er läuft erst nach unten und dann dreht er um und läuft nach oben.
Weil du wieder auf die Map geklickt hast, Philipp, dann dreht er um. Geh weg von meinem Minion!
Was ist euch die Scheiße dabei? Macht man das oder was?
Ich mach das. What? Jeder andere Janai hat es kittet.
Dann kommt mehr, dann resettet doch die Stacks nicht. Hier Potten aus schon, ne?
Mhm.
Oh mein Gott, echt jetzt.
Alter. Ist ja ein Gott. Die outranged mich. Ich hab nix, gell?
Ja, das ist doch die 5 Stacks schon wieder.
Okay, den wollte ich nicht. Ich portiere mal Philipp, ne?
Weil der liegt jetzt viel noch.
Ah ja, flash die nicht an. Oh! Oh! Den hättest du sogar gekriegt, gell? Jetzt hab ich's ganz umsonst.
Die weggegangen, also diese Rap, gehen wir gucken. Weggegangen. Scheiße.
Der liegt frei hier bei mir.
Oh. Halt ein guter Back von denen, werden sie nicht gepunished.
Oh mein Gott, der nimmt mich. Der liegt.
Kein.
Crazy. Wir werden nicht mehr punished dafür.
Philipp, stell dich nicht so an.
Könnt ihr zu der Crab walken oder seid ihr?
Ja, das ist resettet, wenn die sind auch resettet.
Ja, keine Ahnung, meine Mitte ist ein Bot.
Jetzt wird's übel.
Oh!
God try. Oh, ich hab nix, gell?
Ah, ich krieg Cancer, Bro. Ja, lass einfach aufgeben.
How? How? How?
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
Wie kann es nur close sein?
einfach nicht, dass das close ist, Mann. Fucking Exhaust, sie wird hochgeschmissen, hat no shield. Ich weiß nicht. Ja, Tower-Fokus. Wie der letzte Hurensohn! Was ist das, Mann? Random fucking Akku-Scheiße, Digga, ey. Deswegen verliere ich 10 Farben, Mann! Ah, ich bin genau nicht in Range, Digga!
Oh Gott.
Are you fucking serious?
Mein Cannon. Hä? Oh.
Mann, yo! Das ist der 5. Minion oder so, no joke! So tun wir für 3 Stück oder so die Night. Scheiß Autoteckerei immer, Alter.
Ich muss meine Warts kriegen, Philipp.
Eben, wenn sie nicht kriegst, dann ist viel. Legt ihn genau down. Weiß
Oh mein Gott, Alter.
Nee, nee.
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
Random Move da oben rein. Gab no reason.
I'm gonna need a new umbrella.
Nee, auf Dauer nicht. Weiß aber auch nicht, keine Ahnung, warum.
I'm on location and it's
Cool, jetzt muss ich gegen Silberspieler verlieren, Digga. Keine Ahnung, Mann.
pressure is building.
An ally has been slain.
We're seeing a distinct chance of pentakills. Fun to last. Perfect weather for a team fight. Trust me, I'm a weather woman.
Sei mal ernst.
Können wir aufgeben, den Bock noch zu spielen. Das ist einfach disgusting.
Enemy double kill.
Du musst irgendwas vor.
Wait, are we rolling? Expect a spot of dragons every 6 minutes today. It's gusty.
ich auch noch bad. Ach, keine Ahnung, Mann!
Stock up wars for low visibility locations. Find a lab. Expected spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today.
Killing spree. Enemy double kill. An enemy is
Die haben nicht mal Ulti gebraucht.
Ja, es geht dann vorbei. Okay. Alle fit.
Expect sporadic ganks.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Scheiß Box! Das kotzt mich so an, ey. Das ist einfach insane, dass ich gegen die verlieren muss, Mann.
We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous life.
Alter.
We'll be right back after a word from our summoning platform.
So dreckig bad, Mann.
I get the worst assignments.
Dominating.
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
Rampage. An ally has been slain.
Okay. Wieso war das so schnell? Drück einfach ja.
Destroyed a turret.
And back to you, shopkeeper. Hold front. High risk of severe thunderstorm. I'm on location and it's not skirt weather.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is gone. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Shut down. An enemy is legendary.
Gibt er nicht auf.
Sunshine, rainbows, and bloodshed. And back to you, shopkeeper.
Okay. Knock up, knock back. Kann im Knock-up nicht Sonja hinkriegen.
Oh, wo kommt der denn her?
Hinter uns CP.
That mistake proved your undoing.
Ich hab keinen Bock mehr, Mann.
We're seeing ideal conditions for a gorgeous lane.
Hinter uns sei noch was, okay. Ausgehen, Alter. Warum kann man das so gehen? 3,50 gefühlt, Mann. Und die PS-Gold-Spieler auch, Alter. Ja, ich krieg einen auf den raus. Cringe. Lass mich ja nichts, Alter.
slain.
We'll be right back. Summoning platform. Mic check. Am I coming in? I get the worst assignments. Five-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and bloodshed.
It's me!
We're looking at a 100% chance of carnage.
An ally has been slain.
Let's take a look at the mini-map.
Has been destroyed.
Expect a spawn of dragons every 6 minutes today.
Turret has been destroyed. Has been slain. Double
Ach, deine Mutter! So, gut, jetzt heißt das Bett. Kann man bei YouTube kein Dark Mode mehr einschalten?
Meinst du am Browser oder am Handy?
Am Browser. Bei mir ist YouTube wieder weiß und ich kann nicht auf die Einstellungen klicken, weil es da. Komisch.
Mhm.
Ich wünsche noch viel Spaß.
Ja, ich gehe ins Bett. Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht.
User disconnected from your channel. Disconnected.